Welcome, and thank you all for attending the FCC and CISA's Alerting Security Roundtable. We're delighted to have you with us. Agendas and bios for our panelists are available on the table by the entry. Please note, this proceeding is being live streamed, and a copy of the webcast will be placed in the docket of the pending proceeding on alerting security. And now I'm pleased to introduce Deborah Jordan, Chief of the FCC's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, who will start off our roundtable event with some remarks on alerting security. Deb?
Good morning, and thanks, Suzanne. Welcome, everyone, to this roundtable on a very important issue regarding securing the nation's alert and warning systems. The FCC is pleased to co-host this event with CISA. And today, we're going to hear from a number of diverse group of stakeholders about cybersecurity in the alerting arena. Our distinguished panelists will discuss critical topics, including the need for cybersecurity improvements, what impact cybersecurity risk management and cybersecurity incident reporting will have on wireless emergency alerts, formerly known as WEA, and the Emergency Alert System, or EAS. We'll also look at the cost burden that these changes would have on those transmitting alert messages. And to start this conversation, please allow me to introduce the FCC Chairwoman, Jessica Rosenworcel.
Thank you so much, Deb, Suzanne, and good morning to everyone who is here today. I guess I can start by saying happy Halloween's Eve, or as this crew might know it better, the next to last day of Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I want to thank you all for joining the FCC at this Alerting Security Workshop, and I really want to thank our friends at CISA for co-hosting this event. In fact, this is not the first time that we have joined forces. It was just a few weeks ago, we were here, CISA and the FCC, in this same room for a roundtable on the risks associated with border gateway protocol. And I think you can tell together we really do know how to have a good time. Today's workshop is about enhancing the cybersecurity of the nation's two national public alert warning systems. And that's the Emergency Alert System, or EAS, which distributes alerts over television and radio, and the Wireless Emergency Alert System that we call WEA, which sends alerts over your mobile phone. Now, these two alerting systems have different histories, but they are both fundamentally about the same thing. They help safeguard lives and property. So let me just share some numbers that help illustrate the scope and scale of their importance. Last year, there were over 6,200 WEA alerts and over 950 IP-based EAS alerts issued across the United States. Let's put that in context. There's only 365 days in the year. That means multiple alerts go out every single day. And these alerts cover a wide range of topics, from child abduction, which are known as Amber Alerts, which, by the way, led to the recovery of 16 children last year, to weather alerts like severe thunderstorm, hurricane, and storm surges, to wildfire alerts, and so many other emergency situations. In fact, last week, these alerts proved vital in Maine, urging residents to stay home and stay safe in what was one of far too many shooting incidents in this country just this year. All of this means that maintaining the security and operational readiness of the EAS and WEA systems is essential. Today, that means taking steps to ensure that they are protected from cyber attack. And that's why last year, the Federal Communications Commission proposed rules that would apply certain cyber risk management planning and cyber risk incident reporting requirements to entities that relay these alerts. We think these rules would help ensure the reliability, readiness, and resilience of these critical alerting systems we all count on. And today, with this roundtable on alerting security, we hope to build on that effort. We want to further develop our understanding of the types and severity of cybersecurity risks and how best to address them in these alerting systems. Now, we expect to have real insights from our panelists here today, so we're going to fold the discussion into our formal record at the agency. And that will help ensure that the next steps we take in our rulemaking process will have the benefit of all of your expertise. So thank you for contributing that expertise, for contributing your time, and thank you to everyone for joining us for this event, both in person and remotely. Now let's get to work.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rosenworcel. It's now time to move the discussion to our panels. Panel 1, the need for cybersecurity and alerting, will be moderated by Michael George, the Associate Administrator for the Office of National Continuity Programs at FEMA, and our own Deb Jordan.
Thank you, Suzanne. And I'm going to turn to Michael George first, who is the Associate Administrator for the Office of Continuity at FEMA. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Deb. And thank you to the FCC and CISA for convening and hosting today's roundtable discussion. And a sincere thank you to the chairwoman for not only framing the importance of today's discussion, but also her thoughtful comments on why this is important, not just that we are partnered together, but that how it's relied upon across the country by alerting authorities and to help the public in times of emergency. So an important discussion. I specifically want to thank Deb Jordan and our CISA partners, Sean, thank you, and Billy Bob Brown. The FCC and CISA have been tremendous partners, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate this morning on this important topic, particularly as we close out Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Some of you may be familiar with comments made earlier this year by CISA Director Jen Easterly and more recently by Administrator of FEMA Deanne Criswell about the ever-increasing existential threats we face as a nation. These includes growing cyber threats from both nation-state and domestic actors to our communications infrastructure. These threats vary in intent, but are all ongoing and persistent and require us to be vigilant and strong partners. So related to today's panel discussions, in the past decade, there have been several incidents highlighting security concerns with the emergency alert system. These include a 2013 incident where malicious actors accessed EAS equipment to perpetrate a zombie attack hoax that affected several television stations across the country. And in 2020, hackers compromised the EAS systems in the state of Washington, causing the transmission of false EAS alerts describing a radiological hazard warning that affected approximately 3,000 homes. More recently, in 2022, we issued an advisory on a potential vulnerability to certain EAS encoder-decoder devices that had not been updated to most recent software versions. The Bureau subsequently released a public notice urging all EAS participants to upgrade their equipment software and firmware to versions recommended by the manufacturer and secure their equipment behind a properly configured firewall as soon as possible. Similarly, wireless alerts have faced scrutiny for potential security risk. Since the first nationwide test of wireless emergency alert system in 2018, concerns have been raised about circumstances under which malicious actors could block alerts from reaching the public or send false alerts to the public. For example, researchers at the University of Colorado Boulder published a paper in 2019 that described a hypothetical attack where an adversary could send a false WEA, wireless emergency alert message, from an unauthorized false base station that could reach 90% of mobile phones in the broadcast range of that false base station. In this panel, we'd like to explore the risks and pervasiveness of cyber attacks and how these risks warrant improvements to the cybersecurity posture of the entities that process and relay EAS and WEA alerts to the public. So Deb, I think with that, we're going to jump right into questions, unless you would like to introduce any of the
Let me
panelists.
introduce the panelists. Thank you, Michael. So this morning we have with us a number of panelists, and I'm going to start going around the room. Wade Whitmer, Deputy Director of IPAWS FEMA. Thanks for joining us. Brian Scott, who is with us virtually from the Office of the National Cyber Director. He is the Assistant National Cyber Director for Cyber Policy and Program. Chris Outway, welcome, Associate General Counsel with Verizon. Sean Latona, Section Chief at Cybersecurity Division at CISA. Stephen Hayes, Director of Standards at Ericsson North America. Thank you. Kenneth Chu, Unit Chief, Cyber Division at the FBI. And last but not least, Scott Deutschman, Senior Policy Advisor, Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google. Thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to the discussion this morning. Michael, I'll turn back over to you.
Thanks, Deb. So for the first question, we'll direct this at Brian Scott, who I believe is virtual on screen, and Nick Nareen. Brian and Scott, I see you both up there on the screen, as well as to Sean here. So can you provide insights into the biggest cybersecurity threats to the communications sector and how these attacks might be carried out?
Sure, and thanks for this event today and for the ability for allowing me to participate. A few things. As we look at the threats today that are pervasive against all of our critical infrastructure, and specifically the communications critical infrastructure, ransomware again continues to be an ongoing threat for all sectors. A few other things: software supply chain malware, such as what occurred during the 2020 SolarWinds software supply chain attack, where Russia orchestrated the injection of malware into the software build process of the Orion platform, another key threat. Some of the other key threats and risks are really the use of untrustworthy information communications technology systems and services, the failure to patch adequately and to make sure that software and firmware is up to date. A few other key pieces, really. Space systems cybersecurity is another key one, and I think it's becoming a more prevalent risk to the communications systems. And then another one that I would mention is the border gateway protocol hijacking risk that's out there. All of these, I think, are key risks to the communication sector. But what I'd like to do very quickly is just point out from a strategic context perspective some of the issues that really ought to be considered, and that shows, I think, and emphasizes how serious this is and how critical it is for the emergency alerting systems. In the February 6th, 2023, Office of the National Director, the Director of National Intelligence, the National Intelligence Community published its annual threat assessment, national threat assessment. And that really highlights the threat that nation states such as Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, as well as malicious other state and state-sponsored actors pose to our communications infrastructure. This pointed out, and I think it's really important to emphasize that, China possibly or probably currently represents the broadest, most active and persistent espionage threat to the U.S. government and private sector networks. But it's also key that China, if it feared a major conflict, would almost certainly consider undertaking aggressive cyber operations against homeland critical infrastructure in the United States and military assets. And one of the key pieces they're really looking to do, such a strike would be designed to deter military action by impeding U.S. decision-making, inducing societal panic, and really interfering with the deployment of U.S. forces. So these are key pieces that, again, the intent behind all of this. I would also note that 3 months later, after that report came out, Microsoft reported a Chinese government hacking group named Volt Typhoon had attacked organizations in sectors, including communications, as well as transportation, manufacturing, government, and IT, including inside the United States, as well as territory of Guam and other places since mid-2020. So as we talk about and we look at, this risk and threat that is, posed to our nation, these I think, are key pieces that we need to worry about, specifically as we look at these different aspects, but also as we look at space systems, and maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later. But as we see ongoing things that are happening today and that have happened over the last year and a half with such satellite communications networks, I think that's one of those persistent threats that we really ought to be concerned about.
Brian, thank you for that. Sean, turn to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scott. I think he summarized the threat relatively clearly. And the only thing I would add to really what Mr. Scott had mentioned is the overall risk when it comes to communications divisions is the absolute complexity involved in the intermingling of providers with customers and the broad reach that these communications and ISP entities have. From a CISA's perspective, it's often difficult really to get a good grasp of the accurate posture of these entities because of where these the bounds of authorities lie and the bounds of permission between one entity and the other. So ISPs in and of themselves represent a risk, but then as you move as a threat actor, if they are able to compromise an ISP, then where can they go from there and how far can they actually reach where we can't move forward in our pursuit because we don't have the authority to go beyond where we've been given our permission to go. So I think that's just another element of the risk that we have to take into consideration as we move forward to try to protect our posture. As far as the threats go, I don't really have anything beyond what Mr. Scott had laid out. I think he articulated it very clearly.
Thanks, Sean. Sorry, Deb. No, I agree with that, and I think that Brian articulated the threat very succinctly, but yet clearly, and I appreciate your comment on all of those commingling interdependencies. Not to call out Wade, but Wade and I have often talked about, when you go to target or mitigate a threat in one area, well, you have all the other downstream sort of devices or the other providers that are all part of that whole ecosystem that you have to address as a whole. Well, I don't want to neglect Nick. Nick, we'll turn to you on the screen, sir.
Hey, good morning. So from my perspective, I'm not at such a high level as these two gentlemen, but we're at a more localized level here in New York City. And one of the things that, not necessarily super on the cyber end, but is user access. So one of the things that we do to protect our message sending software is use single sign-on. So in the event that we know that there's a potential for an employee that is either leaving or is disgruntled or anything like that, we can turn off their access from the city's level. We can also monitor who is on the system at any time, at any point. And lastly, when it comes to I+ credentials, we hold that, and personally at my level, as well as my director, we have those credentials password protected. So anytime someone tries to access it at a time that's not appropriate, we get alerted immediately. So there are precautions in place where if they try to get into those credentials and potentially send a false alert, we can shut it down immediately and prevent that from happening as they're accessing those credentials.
So, Nick, thank you. I have a few follow-ups. How might such attacks sort of impede the public's ability to receive assistance and hinder public safety, right? How does it impede their ability to receive those alerts or to coordinate activities? So how does that hinder public safety and government communications with the public?
So the impact could be broad and pretty much cover everything you've mentioned already. Depending on the nature of the attack and what the design of the attacker is, they can have all of those, all those impacts. You can sever communications if you have something along the lines of a ransomware attack where you can just completely lock up a network. Or depending on the sophistication of the actor, you can deliver what could be false or bogus messages, or even, sound the all clear when maybe it's not. So, having an attacker who has unfettered access to your network is pretty dangerous, especially as it comes to the emergency alerting systems.
Yeah, I would also mention, I think that's spot on. I would also mention, there's some current events that are happening right now that I think inform, some of the concerns that we all have. I think if you picked up the news this morning and over the last few days, you look at what's going on, in the Middle East, and you look at the outages of, the impacts and implications of outages of communications in a regional area, the impact that can have and the cascading effects that some of those things may have. I would also, mention again, as we look at informative, past events, if we look at what occurred in the Ukraine in 2022, as Russia was moving forward and it's conducting as they were preparing to move into the Ukraine in 2022, they conducted a deliberate cyber attack against, Viasat's satellite network, resulting in a partial interruption of consumer oriented satellite broadband service. But if you carry that to the next step and you look at, just the impacts of that, that had a bleed over effect well beyond Ukraine and into Europe. Again, disrupting, several thousand customers located in both Ukraine and tens of thousands of fixed broadband customers across Europe. I think we can see where, again, that wasn't even the complete intent. Try to imagine what the intent would be or the impact would be if the intent was to, more clearly articulated or more clearly targeted towards those systems and the cascading impacts.
Yeah, and I would like to add too, I think from a public standpoint, in the event there is a false alert or something does not go out, you then it kills the credibility of IPAWS, right? If you send something that isn't right and we do need the public to take action on something that's going on, there's going to be a moment in the public's mind that says, hey, is this real? So I think that's, from my perspective, is a huge issue. So in the event that something false goes out.
I think that ties right into another follow-up, and pulling on sort of what the cascading effects are. And so could you all elaborate on how the cyber attacks on the communications sector might have ripple effects on other sectors and what the potential harms of such attacks could be? And now we've alluded to, obviously, you can attack the system and then you get false alerts and you lose confidence in it. But if we could elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Just a few things as we start looking at it. Look at the healthcare and public healthcare sector as well, and the transportation systems. I mean, everything that we're doing right now, all of our networks with the interconnectedness of, our communications network and the internet across everything, every single sector. Is completely interdependent on the communications networks. So as we look at that and we look at the potential implications for the alerting system, and you look at it specifically, just look at transportation and look at healthcare and public health and the ability to deliver emergency healthcare in an urgent situation, I think those implications are key.
Sean.
Yes, absolutely. I think if history is any teacher, right, we all know that during a major incident, reliable communications is the most important thing, but also one of the most difficult things to come by. So when you talk about the second and third order effects of what could happen during a compromise, just that misinformation or lack of information, and the possible allocation or misallocation of emergency services and protective resources could have catastrophic effects for regional implications. And it wouldn't have to be a very large scale attack either. It could be something small and localized that can have a ripple effect down the road that could have, like I said, regional implications. From a technical perspective, as we talked about the interdependencies and the interconnection between one system to the other, if an attacker was in an emergency services network, the odds of that network being connected to something else like an ambulance dispatch center or a police dispatch center is pretty significant and pretty high. So, again, talking about it from a small local, incident could definitely cascade into something broader and catastrophic very quickly.
Nick?
I have nothing more to add on that other than what I had said before. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, keeping it moving, I'll turn it over to Deb.
Thank you. Kenneth and Sean, I want to hear your thoughts on, is there reason to believe that entities that relay WIA and/or EAS alerts may present a high-value target for organized cyber attacks.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this topic. So, from the FBI perspective, I think it's safe to say that entities that rely on emergency alert systems can't afford to have their networks held hostage by cyber criminals or nation-state cyber actors when they're impacted, for instance, by ransomware, as been noted by today by the other speakers. One instance where this occurred against 911 centers was in 2019 by the Sandstorm ransomware actors who used their ransomware against entities such as 911 centers and hospitals and held their systems hostage until the ransoms were paid. So there's a personal profit angle to this, to targeting entities that use emergency alert systems, of course. Other scenarios have already been touched on, of course, where targeting emergency alert systems to provide disinformation or just create mass panic and havoc could also further an adversary's nation-state's goals.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I do believe absolutely that emergency alert systems and we as are high-value targets for our adversaries. As Mr. Scott had mentioned earlier, part of the strategic initiative of some of our nation-state adversaries is to disrupt our ability to deploy, to cause a little bit of societal panic. And one of the easiest way to do that would be to broadcast something or to prevent something from being broadcast that could perhaps mobilize emergency services or other assets, as needed during times of crisis. So yes, to answer your question directly, absolutely, they do have a reason to believe that they are high-value targets for adversaries.
Thank you.
Just to highlight the importance there in your comments, Kenneth, Deb had shared a statistic with me that from the FBI's 2022 Internet Crime Report, it indicates that potential total losses from reported cyber attacks and incidents grew from $6.9 billion in 2021 to over $10.2 billion in 2022, and so it's significant. I'm going to direct the next series of questions to Wade and Brian and Stephen and to Christopher. So let's discuss the specific cybersecurity risks faced by the communications providers who provide emergency alerts. And so are alerting systems susceptible to the same vulnerabilities typically exploited by cyber attacks, or do they confront unique challenges? And Wade, may I turn it to you first?
Yeah, I'll say the answer to both parts of that question I see is yes. Yes, they are on the defense against all of those types of cyber threats that any other cyber-connected system is facing. And then also, I think there's unique avenues, right? There are unique avenues, but possibly considered within the scope of cyber. But obviously, the number of people involved in sending an alert to the public, when we look at it from the FEMA perspective nationwide, the number of local authorities, today we have approximately between 1,500 and 1,600 individual local agencies that are senders, right, that are authorized to send alerts. And then on the private sector side, it's much easier to count the number of cellular providers participating than it is the EAS devices that are independently operated and responsible for getting an authenticated alert from the senders and then making the decision to put that on to radio, television, cable, et cetera. So, that EAS, the emergency alert system realm, we're 20,000 plus discrete endpoints. Some of the operators or the people responsible for securing those devices and making sure they operate correctly are very, very small, potentially one person that may have responsibility across multiple stations for the security of those devices. So I think that's a very unique piece to this whole thing.
Yeah, thank you, Wade. Turn it over to Brian Scott. Brian?
Yeah, thanks. And I agree exactly with what Wade was saying there. I mean, the expansiveness of the participants within the alerting system networks is so vast I think that provides a footprint just to make sure that everyone has got up-to-date software, up-to-date patches. The landscape is so broad there for I don't want to say it's a target-rich environment. I know there's a lot of great work that's being done, but the fact that the network itself is so large and some of the players, making sure that everybody is up to date and has appropriate cyber hygiene applied, to ensure that that interconnectivity stays right, I think is key.
Thank you, Brian. Stephen?
Thank you. Yes, I agree with the comments that were stated. One of the unique vulnerabilities I think that exists with WIA is the possibility of the false base station. I think that was pointed out by the University of Colorado. And the reason for this is that WIA is basically based on a broadcast technology which doesn't allow the mutual authentication that's used to secure most of cellular communications. So this is a serious threat. It's been studied extensively within the mobile communications industry. 3GPP undertook a study on basically public wireless, public warning system security, and that finished in 2017. Addis then undertook a study on WIA vulnerabilities and that finished in 2020. And 3GPP recently finished another study on false base station vulnerabilities that completed just this year in 2023. None of those have recommended any normative actions, and the reason for that is because there's a trade-off. In choosing the broadcast, it was done so it would reach the maximum number of people with the least delay possible. As you add in additional security measures, you get more secure, but then you both increase the chance of delays, having longer messages and having to retransmit. You increase the chances of devices that were either not in service to receive the certificates or that were roaming, legacy devices, etc. So it also decreases the penetration of the WIA alerts. So for that reason, even though it's been studied extensively, there's been no recommendations to actually address this problem specifically. I think we're continuing to look at it within the mobile standards community, but the feeling so far has been that the risks from this particular challenge, this particular attack, which is necessarily geographically limited and requires specific conditions to actually be successful, was lower than the risk being pointed out by some of the other speakers of the vast community of people that can generate alerts, and those alert originators, I guess the spread of those alerts can be much larger than what you would get from a single false base station. But yes, there are unique alerts associated with WIA systems, but I think it has to be considered in the context of the overall types of challenges you would have with any cyber system. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Stephen? Christopher, I
Yeah,
apologize.
Chris Oatley. Thanks, Michael. So from a network service provider's point of view, I think Scott and Sean talked a little bit about how there are a number of dependencies on communications providers in this country, including within the WIA EAS ecosystem. And I think the right way to think about cybersecurity and our role in this ecosystem is it needs to be an end-to-end analysis. So our role, of course, is we take the secure feed and then we make sure that it gets to the end user. There is a rulemaking pending and a cybersecurity rule set forth, Section 10.360, I think, which I think is very much on the right track in terms of framing it that way. I mean, the rule talks about making sure that the network services or the services needed for the delivery of the alerts are subject to appropriate measures to ensure confidentiality, integrity, availability of service. And I think that's the right way to frame it. It should be end to end. It doesn't make sense to be sort of parsing different pieces of the ecosystem when you're talking about something that needs to be an end to end flow. And along those lines, I think also on the right track is the Commission's approach towards requiring a certification or a cybersecurity risk management plan that be submitted by a service provider explaining how they have their network configured and with the appropriate controls and so on and so forth. I would note that this cybersecurity rule that is being considered in the WIA EAS rulemaking is one of, I think I count 4 within the FCC right now. So from a service provider's point of view, we've got one cybersecurity requirement associated with WIA EAS that is in the pipeline. Another one associated with 5G fund, another with ECAM, another with, I guess, International 214. I may be missing one. And each one has its own flavor. There's, in our view, a need to explore harmonizing the different cybersecurity requirements that are placed on service providers, because they all really should be going to what we just discussed, which is end-to-end network security, understanding the dependencies on the communications networks and caring for the enterprise-wide, network-wide cybersecurity needs. So, you know, at a moment where the federal government generally is driving towards increased harmonization of cybersecurity regulation, ONCD, Mr. Scott's agency, I think tomorrow is fielding comments in their harmonization rulemaking or RFI. And we're actually, you know, my company, I think, is facing potentially different cybersecurity expectations, not just within the FCC across the different proceedings, but also NTIA sort of does its own thing. You've got FASC, you've got a whole lot of different parts of the federal government largely coalescing on the cybersecurity risk management plan, and in other parts of the FCC largely coalescing on grounding that plan in the NIST cybersecurity framework, which we think is the right place to ground it. And that sort of harmonization would create a lot of efficiencies and sort of, I think it would improve overall security for the ecosystem, because the cybersecurity, the NIST cybersecurity framework really has become the dominant approach to ensuring cybersecurity, both within the private sector, cross-sector, as well as within the federal government. So I would just kind of throw that out there. The rule, I think, absolutely heading in the right direction, as with the rules in some of the other proceedings, but then it also adds these sort of extra boxes to check, which are different boxes to check than the other rules in play at the FCC. So I would encourage some harmonization along those lines, which I think would be good for the overall ecosystem, because what we're trying to secure here is largely overlapping with what we're trying to secure in 5G and so on and so forth.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate those very poignant comments.
Oh, agreed. I know that that Stephen and Wade had touched on this a little bit, and you were just about sort of getting into it there, Chris. But how do these risks differ across the different types of services? And maybe I'll go right back to you, Chris.
So I think from our point of view, in terms of our particular role in the ecosystem, I'm not sure I'm in a good place to answer that. I think a lot of what we're talking about here has to do with the other components. I think what we need to make sure that we have in place as network service providers is strong overall network security, to make sure that that end delivery, that we do our piece of that appropriately. So I guess I would invite others to sort of jump in on other sort of aspects to it.
I appreciate that. Wade, should we put you on the hot seat?
Yeah, I'll take a shot at that. I think one interesting thing to always think about, so public alerts are very public and need to remain so, right? It's information that needs to go to the public. And then, and the public's perception on when and how they should get an alert is changing significantly. So a key, I think, difference between the EAS, radio and television, and cell phones is that there's a growing dependency of the public on the cell phone. that their expectation is they're going to get an alert there. And the information that they receive there is much more personalized from their perspective than seeing the same information broadcast or displayed on a radio or television. So I think the impact is different, right? So watching the public seeing in a community a broadcast, and typically there being usually a person at the source of that, the in-between source at the station or the cable system, is potentially a mitigating factor, or at least a half measure where the public may go, hey, let's question this before I take off. Whereas on a cell phone, very personal, and a growing expectation that I'm not doing anything till I get this. So the impact, I think, is significantly different of misinformation or malinformation being shown on a broadcast source that's widely watched by a lot of people all at the same time versus the individual piece.
Wade, I appreciate that, and I think you highlight an important social change, right, that has to be taken into account, so I appreciate that. I don't want to be remiss and offer the same question up to you, Brian Scott, and online.
Yeah, thanks. I think Wade's point, I think points made by both Wade and Chris are really really important points. To Wade's point, I think the personalization of getting those messages direct on your cell phone or mobile device, it is the prevalent way that we're getting messages now. I mean, how many times are you sitting there and you see a news alert and, hey, did you just see, you're standing next to someone else and people are all looking at, the same things. And did you get this one? So getting, again, how that information is all getting to everyone and ensuring that, that information is getting, I think, is one of the most prevalent ways that people are going to be seeing those alerts. So that wireless and the mobile device piece, I think, really, really becomes key.
All right, thank you all. Deb?
Thanks, Michael. So this question goes broadly to Sean, Kenneth, Wade, Scott, and Chris. What security measures have proven most effective in mitigating cyber risks for communications providers? And are there key steps, best practices, and strategies that communications providers should adopt to safeguard their alerting systems and ensure their reliability and resilience against potential threats? Scott, we'll turn over to you first.
Sure. Thanks for having me. One of the challenges of going towards the end of a panel is fearing something helpful to say, because everybody else on the terrific panel has done such a great job of articulating the risks and the prevalence and the growing prevalence of the risks. So I thought I'd open the aperture just slightly and give you a sense of how we think about cybersecurity and some of those mitigation issues that you raised. We think it's really a dual approach, which is going to sound odd to some perhaps, but it's really a combination of security and openness. Although counterintuitive, I think they're both critical. On the security side of digital technologies, it's really designing things that are secure by default. That can mean, developing in a secure software environment, zero trust architectures, embedding controls in the software, so multi-factor authentication at scale. And then today, and it's an important day in the country as the administration announces its AI-EO. I think AI we have to be really cognizant of. Certainly the threat actors are going to be trying to use it to be more effective at detecting and inserting themselves into vulnerabilities. And so responsible AI really needs to be used so that we can more effectively and more quickly at scale counter those attacks. But that's just the security side. Then there's the openness side, which we think a lot about. It is also complementary and critically important. Because if we have open software that's built on code that's available to everyone, then we're able to address more quickly the problems that we see. We can share intelligence, we can share expertise, and I think it's fair to say that, we're not going to catch every vulnerability, but certainly if it's behind a closed system, you're not going to catch it if you don't know it. So I think, and the last point I think I would make is the importance of collaboration in mitigating these threats, whether it's between government and experts and industry and civil society. We all have a role to play, and it's an active partnership.
Thank you. Kenneth, your thoughts?
Hi, yeah, so on this topic, it's very important to recognize that often the behavior of the cybercriminal actor will not necessarily target a communications provider specifically, but will use vulnerability scanning across multiple networks. And if your network is vulnerable, then you're subject to attack. So it's been said before, and I'll say it again, the importance of patching your network and knowing the strengths and vulnerabilities of your system. Your network always has to be maintained in the long term, but as Scott mentioned just now, communication, collaboration, response to a network intrusion is a team sport. So I would have to foot stomp that for the entities operating emergency alert systems, build a relationship with your local FBI field office, where we have squads out there and teams out there to respond to your needs, and we want to build relationships with you so that if you are, when you are victimized, unfortunately, we can respond with our partners like CISA, who is here today in the room. So I think that's an important message.
Yeah, so from a technical perspective, what can communication agencies do is almost the same thing as every other, network user or internet user at all. The best practices are the best practices, right? Understanding their exposure, understanding where their assets are, enabling the best practices like Scott had mentioned, SBD, Zero Trust Architecture, MFA. This kind of guidance and and advice is, crosses the entire boundaries, right? One unique thing, not unique, but something to consider is understanding where the OT aspect of these systems are and how that relates to the overall cybersecurity picture. One of the things that we encounter at CISA very often is you have your enterprise IT professionals who understand very clearly where their cybersecurity obligations are, but then oftentimes the OT environment and the OT operators don't necessarily understand that they have that interdependency as well. And not a lot of organizations really understand where the two mingle, and sometimes they mingle and nobody even realizes it, right? So it's very important to recognize that if you operate, in an OT environment with some of these manufacturing, but communications equipment broadly, you need to take a holistic view of your entire network and your entire posture, right? And then touching on something that Scott had mentioned, we at CISA, we own, right, we have red teamers, we have security researchers, and what we've come to realize is that hackers have absolutely no problem at all sharing information between one another, right? They sell their exploits online, they talk about how to do it. If one gets patched, they talk about going around it. But those of us that perform defense often have the exact opposite problem, right? When we recognize we have a vulnerability in our network, the first thing that everybody does is shut down. They don't want anybody to know about it. We don't want to expose this. We don't want to tell anyone. It's our, this is our problem, ours to solve. So we try to encourage those partnerships, right? We have the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative that we host. We encourage participation in ISACs. Partnerships are very important to ensuring that we, as a country, can provide this security, all the way across the boundaries. So hopefully, we can do something before you have to call in our colleagues from the FBI, right? We would rather spend most of the time talking to organizations and entities before we have to turn it over to them. So.
Yeah, I would very much foot stomp the partnership theme. I think that's crucial. I would also note, so I think Brian appropriately flagged a few opportunities, including BGP security. So Chairwoman Rosenworcel noted that just a few weeks ago, a lot of the ISPs and other parts of the internet ecosystem were in this room to talk about BGP security. And I do think that BGP security is one of the sometimes overlooked opportunities that a lot of entities dependent on the internet may not sufficiently focus on. And so there are, and I think in this context, it would largely be an availability issue. You can have traffic sinkhold, and therefore you have availability challenges. So I think that there are some kind of specific things that this ecosystem, may want to take a look at along those lines. And then I would also note that when you talk about the information sharing issue that Sean raised, there is also a rule in the pending rulemaking associated with information sharing about potential intrusions that are sort of associated with reporting obligations. And that's another area where I would sort of note that harmonization is important. That rule has language that is not the same language that I think, for example, CISA is coalescing on in the CERCIA context. It talks about sort of knows or should have known about an issue, and I absolutely agree that it makes sense to be sharing information. We're not opposed to reporting obligations, but again, sort of some harmonization on how it's reported, what the triggers are, and something about the format in which it's reported, I think would be very helpful. We're at a point right now where there's a lot of parts of the regulatory world jumping into cybersecurity regulation, and I think we have some real opportunities at this stage to start thinking hard about how making sure that as we move into that world of increased certifications, increased reporting, and so on and so forth, that we have sort of harmonization top of mind, because lack of harmonization, as the national cybersecurity strategy made clear, can be a problem. Not just conflicts, but also inefficiencies, slows things down, creates confusion, so on and so forth. So I would sort of encourage the FCC to continue to think along the lines of harmonization as it goes forward, along with some of these specific things. The BGP security in particular has been underappreciated, and I know that Brian and others at ONCD are doing a lot to raise awareness of that as well.
Speaking of Brian, Scott, do you
Deb,
want to jump in here?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thanks. And I think Chris's comments are extremely spot on and very important. So a couple of things. The harmonization piece, I think, is absolutely clear. And I think we do recognize the need for that. And we are taking efforts to go ahead and do that. As Chris mentioned earlier, tomorrow, the 31st, is the closing date for our request for information on regulatory harmonization for cybersecurity. We recognize that that is a key issue. I think that there are other efforts that are ongoing. We have a forum which FCC, as a matter of fact, actually chairs, of independent and executive branch regulators for cybersecurity that are looking at exactly the same thing on how we can align and harmonize the different requirements to ensure that we, again, reduce the burden on the regulated and on the regulators, and really move the ecosystem up the ladder in terms of providing a better, secure ecosystem overall. So those are key things. Another key piece that Chris mentioned, which I'd highlight, is the NIST cybersecurity framework. And I'd also highlight the CISA cybersecurity performance goals, which are aligned to that. The cybersecurity framework, I think we have recognized, has become the de facto baseline that we really are all looking at. The federal government was required to adopt it across the different agencies. The private sector has largely looked at that as a great benchmark to be working towards. And then CISA has actually provided the cybersecurity performance goals that they've developed per the National Security Memorandum on Critical Infrastructure Control Systems, to look at how we can practically apply some of those best practices and tools across the ecosystem for all sectors, which I think really provides really great best practices to start moving forward. So again, just kind of foot stomp, the harmonization piece, we agree that that is a key piece. It's a challenge when you look at the vast number of entities that are involved, but it is something that we are undertaking and pursuing per the National Cybersecurity Strategy and per the input from the private sector. I would also note that, as has been mentioned earlier, partnership with the private sector and input from the private sector is absolutely key here. The private sector is, that foundational piece of critical infrastructure protection has always been this private sector engagement and the partnership. But we also recognize that there are requirements, the threat landscape for the cyber threat right now really requires us to move forward with, establishing risk-informed and stakeholder-informed requirements in certain cases to really ensure our national security.
Yeah, I'm going to jump on the bandwagon about engagement and partnership as well, and just I find that has been a mitigating factor, and speaking with one voice and saying the same things, which I think that we've done very well on, but also just it's continual engagement on both sides. We are 100%, nearly 100% dependent on the private sector to communicate alerts to people, and that partnership is critical. And I think as well, the education point is, we talk to the individual vendors about the importance of security, and we can help them talk to their customers to say why that security is so important.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. And as kind of everyone has said, harmonization and that collaboration with key stakeholders, both across the government and with private sector, is really important. And we're grateful for the engagement today and ongoing. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Deb. So I think we've heard, right, in terms of harmonization, we've foot stomped several times the need for partnerships and how critical that is, and transparency and awareness, as well as that there are some just universal themes in terms of standards and best practices. But this next question, hopefully try to drill down a little bit more into differences with smaller providers. And so I'll direct these series of questions to Sean, on the hot seat today, to Wade, Stephen, and Scott. And so the first question is there such a thing as an entity that's just too small for cyber attacks?
The short answer is no. There's no such thing. I mean, we've worked, and I'm sure everybody in this room can tell you, we've worked incidents with 5 people, right? And that's it. If you have one computer that connects to another and talks to the world, you are very well a target, right? So what does that mean, right? We understand, especially at CISA, that there's a big difference in capabilities between an entity described and an entity such as Google or Verizon, and the ability that they have to execute cybersecurity best practices and also respond to their own in-house incidences, which is why we developed something along the lines of the cybersecurity performance goals. Those goals were the result of that memorandum, but they're also designed to target those smaller and medium-sized entities, right? When you talk to someone, these larger enterprises, they're beyond that already. They're well on their way to adopting the entirety of the NIST CSF framework, which is fantastic. And in a perfect world, that's exactly where we would have everyone. But barring that perfection, we meet people where they are, and the CPGs are a good target for them to get to. They're written in plain language, right? And they speak to easily obtainable goals. And the first step is to just, understand what you have, inventory your assets. And that's, that just, it drives home what could be one of the most important steps that a smaller agency can take, or a smaller entity can take, is to understand what their exposure is. What do you have and where it's going? And some folks don't even really understand what they have that's talking to what. So getting a good picture on that is a pretty good step. How do you do that? We have a couple of options within CISA that we offer, to anyone within the critical infrastructure community. Doesn't matter the size. All that matters is, do you belong to a particular sector? And in this case, if you're doing EAS or emergency communications, you qualify. So whether your agency has 5 people or 5,000 people, it doesn't matter. You can enroll in our cyber hygiene services. You can put yourself on the list for some of our more advanced services, you know, and at least get yourself on the way to understanding what your risk and your current posture is.
And Sean, can you clarify, that's available to the private sector as well?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Wade. No, it's okay. Same question. I think we all agree that there isn't an entity that's too small. We'll get in it a little bit about differences in terms of personnel and cost and things, but.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, there is none that are too small. And I think I can think of scenarios where very small entities can have a very large impact.
May I jump in for a moment, Michael?
Please, please.
I guess just in terms of thinking about the NIST cybersecurity framework and how it can play into all of this, the NIST cybersecurity framework, in my view, is a tool that absolutely could and should be used by smaller entities to manage their cybersecurity risk. The CPGs, I think, are great, and it may be something for a smaller entity to start thinking about. But you can be implementing the NIST cybersecurity framework at different implementation levels, and there's a lot of resources out there on how to kind of get started with the NIST cybersecurity framework as the tool to be sort of identifying what to focus on, and then to start putting in place the right standards and controls. So the cybersecurity framework actually sets forth different implementation tiers, ranging from tier 1 to tier 4, associated with to what extent an entity is sort of addressing certain portions of what the framework contemplates. So I think it's actually a great tool for sort of across the board. I don't think that one possibility in terms of how the regulators might want to look at a certification expectation would be to pick a tier, to say, okay, tier 2 is sort of an adequate baseline, level to be implementing at, because just sort of using the cybersecurity framework itself doesn't actually mean anything. It can be used at a very minimalistic level, or can be used at a very mature level. So I think that the regulatory challenge is to find ways to make sure that plans are grounded in the NIST cybersecurity framework, including smaller providers and larger providers. I think that's the right framework to be requiring that the plan be grounded in, and then separate discussion sort of at what sort of tier level or implementation level is the right level to be thinking about for someone starting off, and as sort of a baseline if you're in a regulatory world.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Scott?
Well, I would add some good news. First of all, we like to say we're all operating in a shared fate model of risk management. So, we rely on each other, which I won't foot stomp, but I'll double click on the comments of everybody else with regard to collaboration. But for us, as the good news is that whether you're a journalist or a human rights organization or a small or medium or large business, there are more tools available to you today to help address your cybersecurity risks, and the importance of them being baked into the tools that you use democratizes really what's available to far more people and organizations than I think ever were before. And whether it's DDoS protection, I think about DDoS protection or zero trust architecture or software supply chain. I mean, I think about what we offer at scale, whether it's Gmail or Chrome, that have these embedded in the software so that they're constantly searching for phishing or malware, is a real benefit to lots more people, and I think in ways that people can really make an active difference.
Stephen?
Yes, I'd just like to agree that there's no such thing as too small an entity. One of the things in mobile systems is there are lots of ways of sharing systems, and what you often see is these small operators are piggybacking on the infrastructure of a much larger operator. So it doesn't necessarily make sense to board up the front door if you leave the side door open. So I think you have to consider it, them as a legitimate threat and ensure that all aspects perform the necessary, cybersecurity hygiene. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. And we've started to touch on this, and so let's talk about maybe the potential of magnitude of impacts that may happen and the magnitude of harm and the difference. And I think, Wade, I think everyone touched on it, that you could be a small one-person operation, and the impacts can be cascading. So if you're the vulnerability, you're only as strong as that. And so I open it up in terms of the potential magnitude in the difference between a smaller provider or a big provider. And do you see any difference? Wade?
Sure. I think we've talked pretty well to the WIA side, but on the EAS side, we're much more dependent upon, in many cases, very small entities. And you look at some of the way EAS is distributed on the audio side, and there can be a dependence of a very large portion of the population in a state on a small radio station in some cases. So, and it's the concern that we have is just the resources available at that level to not just implement and relationships with their vendors may be a one and done in some cases when you talk about EAS vendors that support that, and EAS vendors may support advanced cyber assistance or at least securing those networks, but it may be only I bought the box on eBay type of thing and I put it in and I met my requirement. And so that's that engagement piece. That's a concern and potentially an impact of a very, very small entity across a large geographic area and a lot of potential people.
So let's talk about that for a minute on the EAS piece, because we have focused a little bit on WIA, and what I want to try to draw out is, so say you have a small EAS provider that comes down to one individual, and to me, I start thinking of resource financial impacts to comply with requirements, and where do they access, for some of them that may not have access to the relevant resources, but to kind of oversight accountability, right? And so if they are going online and buying equipment and checking a box, like where is that, how do we clean up that oversight accountability? And I open that up to the group. I don't need to pick on Wade.
And I'll compliment the FCC. It's the test reporting database, which now has a huge resource of what equipment is where in some cases, which is at least a beginning to help with engagement for monitoring and looking where we can maybe add more value to that on the security side.
Okay. I know in the interest of time, we want to. Sorry.
We have someone online.
Is that Brian?
Go ahead, Brian.
I would just add one quick point. Just one quick point. I think this goes to, at a strategic level, the concept of secure by default, secure by design, and also, the fact that those who are best capable of, mitigating risk take a greater role in that. And that is part of the national cybersecurity strategy, is how do we now take some of that risk off the burden of that small operator and have those who are more capable and best capable and resourced to be able to apply that. So it was mentioned earlier, some of those pieces, but the Secure by Design initiative, Secure by Default initiative, I think is key.
Thanks, Brian. Michael and I were just having a side conversation about exactly that we really need these providers of software and hardware and firmware solutions to really own the security, not just upfront, but for the life of their systems. And I'm looking at SZA right now and saying, help with this, please. We're about out of time. We've got 2 minutes, and I want to just kind of open the floor to see if anyone has any additional comments they'd like to conclude this panel with.
I guess I'll start. Very quickly, I'll just close with a Fleetwood Mac quote, which is, "Don't stop thinking about tomorrow." As we know that the threat actors are constantly looking to infiltrate our systems, and so if we don't think about tomorrow, we're just going to constantly be playing catch up. So thanks for having me.
I don't know how to top that. All right, I want to thank everyone for this panel, and we'll turn back over to Suzanne.
Thank you, Deb. And thank you all very much. That was a great discussion. If you all would please take your tent cards and move your things to the reserve section, we hope you'll stay for the next panel. We're going to take a quick break, 10 minutes. If everyone could please be back by 10:55. There are restrooms to either side as you go out into the lobby. And our next discussion will start at 10:55. If everyone could please be seated. Thank you. Welcome back. I would just like to reiterate again that this proceeding is being live streamed, and a copy of the webcast will be placed in the docket of the pending proceeding on alerting security. So please keep that in mind. Welcome back. And it is now time for Panel 2, Cybersecurity Risk Management and Safeguards. Panel 2 will be moderated by Jeff Goldthorpe, the Associate Bureau Chief and Chief Data Officer of Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau at the FCC. Thank you.
Please turn on your microphone.
It's red. Thank you. Should I start over? I think I will. Welcome, everybody. It's a pleasure to see people here again. The last panel that we had was primarily about the kinds of vulnerabilities and risks that alerting providers, EAS providers, WIA providers are experiencing. This panel and maybe subsequent panels are going to be about how how we can act to mitigate the risks, reduce the chance that alerting systems and services can be hacked or otherwise made less available or less reliable to people that need them. We're going to be talking about how to apply frameworks like the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, the CISA CPGs, and other open platforms that are available for everybody to use. We'll talk about the kinds of issues or problems that different segments of the industry may confront when trying to deal with these sorts of problems. So segments like different provider segments, different user segments like public safety, and also different segments such as small and medium-sized businesses, which are providers, which came up in the last panel. So those are the kinds of things we'll be talking about, but more from the perspective of how as opposed to what. Let me introduce our panel today. We have Catherine Brzezinski from the NTIA. Catherine is Telecommunications Policy Specialist at NTIA. Welcome, Catherine. Thank you. We also have Brian Daly, who's joining us virtually. Brian is Assistant Vice President for Wireless Technology and Standards at AT&T. And Brian, it's good to see you again. We also have Christian Lowery. He's a Section Chief at the National Risk Management Center, which is part of CISA. Christian, raise your hand. There he is. Hey, Christian, welcome. We have Seamus Mooney. He's an Emergency Management Coordinator at Fairfax County Department of Emergency Management and Security. And Seamus, I think you're, there he is. Seamus, welcome. We also have Giri Muriel. He's a Midwest Eastern Regional Director of Engineering at Alpha Media. And Giri, I think you're here virtually too. Welcome. And we have Harold Price, President of Sage Alerting Systems. Harold, thanks for coming. And finally, we have Kevin Stein. Kevin is the Chief of Applied Cybersecurity Division in the Information Technology Laboratory at the National Institute for Standards and Technology, otherwise known as NIST. Kevin, good to see you. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us today. I'll say that I'm going to be going through the questions at a brisk pace. If anybody has anything to say, please, jump in if it's pressing. But we have a lot of questions and less time than questions. So that's what we'll be doing. And I do have, as the previous panel did, some specific people to direct questions to, and I'll announce that before I start the question. The first question is directed at Christian from CISA, and it's almost like an existential question. It's what are we talking about here, and how will we define it? So Christian, the question for you is, when we use the term cyber risk management, what does it mean to you? You're the right person to ask, since you're from the Risk Management Center at CISA. And so what does that mean to you in your day-to-day life?
Okay, just want to make sure the mic's working. Okay, great.
I think it is, yeah.
So this is our bread and butter, and so it means a lot of different things. And we're going to talk about the NIST cybersecurity framework and some other stuff over the course of the panel, hopefully, that covers it in a little bit more detail. So risk management and cyber risk management really, in my view, relate to, a set of decisions and a process and a practice of identifying the things that matter the most to you, the things that put those assets or things that you want to protect at risk, and then making a series of decisions to manage or mitigate or transfer or accept some of that risk. And so I think risk management is best understood as a process and an ongoing practice that organizations join in. And in a cyber context, we're talking about digital assets, primarily. So data, protection of networks, things like that. But again, just to emphasize, I think the overall takeaway that I would leave with folks, and I think we'll see it borne out when we talk about the cyber risk framework in particular, it's a process, and it is something that organizations need to do deliberately and proactively and with care, but also on an ongoing basis.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to add something to the question, Christian. I've asked, what does it mean? And now I'm going to ask, and if you've already gone into this, let me know. Why is it important to entities that are participating in this segment?
Sure. I think I'll answer it a little sideways. I think one of the benefits of proactive risk management and cyber risk management is that it helps you avoid surprises, right? Because you're proactively identifying the things that could go wrong and how you would respond to them, and planning against those, rather than pretending that the problems won't come up. Because I think that's the worst case, right? Is to put your head in the sand and assume that nothing will go wrong. Something will go wrong. It could be an error. It could be a fault. It could be a malicious actor trying to attack you. But something will go wrong, and if you haven't planned around that and made specific decisions about how to manage that risk and account for those things going wrong, then you're putting yourself at greater risk even than if you hadn't done that. So that's how I would frame it, is that it allows you to plan for things to go wrong, because they will.
Okay. Thank you, Christian. The next question is going to be directed to Kevin Stein, to Catherine Baczynski, and to Seamus Mooney. So let me start with the question, and this is, how can planning for cyber risk management and cyber attacks help protect both the communications sector as well as the segments in the sector that are delivering emergency alerts, whether it be EAS or WIA? So this is a how question, and we'll start with you, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. And thanks for including NIST in the panel discussion today. I think of this kind of broadly. The technology and cybersecurity landscape, very dynamic. Threats are changing, technologies are evolving. A lot of the externally driven kind of rules and requirements are changing as well. And in some ways, each organization's mission and business objectives can certainly evolve, as well as their risk tolerance. I think these alerting systems definitely present a desirable target, especially if they're misused during an emergency, causing confusion, chaos, those types of things. I think from a broader risk perspective, I mean, cybersecurity is just one dimension of risk that organizations need to manage as part of that broader enterprise risk management capability. We've seen many organizations, and I know Christian kind of referenced the cybersecurity framework. We've seen many organizations, including the broader comm sector, use the framework to help establish and strengthen their risk management programs. I think Christian hit it right as it's a continuous process. I think the cybersecurity framework helps to draw attention to the importance of planning and preparation, particularly in the respond and recover functions. Doing the early thinking to help not only identify potential kind of threat activities, mechanisms to help protect against those, detect when things go wrong, but then really having the foresight to be thinking about, how do I best respond and recover when certain things happen, and making sure that you can continue to operate as an organization to achieve your mission and business objectives in the context of your broader risk tolerance.
Thank you, Kevin. And we'll go next to Catherine to take a stab at that.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jeff, and thank you to the FCC and CISA for inviting NTIA to participate in today's discussion. So I'm going to pivot slightly and sort of explain where NTIA comes at this from. So we at NTIA are in charge of a information sharing system called the Communications Supply Chain Risk Information Partnership. We were created by law to share supply chain risk information as well as cyber information with small telecommunications providers and suppliers. So as part of our work doing this, right, we've communicated a lot with the stakeholder community, tried to hear their concerns so that we can then work within the United States government to provide resources, lessons learned, best practices, so that these entities can confidently and securely invest in their networks. And so when we were starting out a few years ago, we would hear from these entities that, well, we're so small, we're not a target, we don't need to do the same work that these larger tier one suppliers or providers are having to do. And unfortunately, I don't hear that as frequently because they are being targeted. Either they themselves have experienced an attack, they've seen their competitors and colleagues experience an attack, or they just stay on top of the news and they've started to see the wave of bankruptcies and other fallout from ransomware incidents, among many other types of cyber attacks. And so they now have this understanding that they are a target, and that they need to take these steps to defend themselves, whether by going through the cybersecurity framework, this is a cyber performance goals, or another framework that provides similar instructions and guidance. And part of the shift that we have also seen is that when you are speaking with the first line practitioners and defenders, they understand exactly the threats that they are facing. We are still experiencing some disconnect between the staff and the leadership in order to make this a priority and to allocate the resources that are necessary to either investing in their staff or investing in their networks if there is a particular piece of technology that they do need to seek out to provide and put into their networks.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Next, we're going to go to Seamus from the public safety sector. And so, Seamus, I'm going to add something to the question for you. In addition to talking about how can planning help to make an entity stronger in the face of these risks, the question is, why plan? Okay, from how to why. So as a public safety entity, I'm interested in knowing how the planning can help make you safer, more secure, and then a deeper question, which is, as somebody that has to plan with maybe a smaller set of resources, it's a question of what's justification for planning. So Seamus,
Sure.
That's a question for you.
Sure, I'll start with the why there. I mean, I think that, we hope for the best and we plan for the worst, right? And so as part of that, we need to understand that we need to be able to alert the public in a timely manner And we need to make sure that we have a plan in place to do that, taking cyber into that consideration. So it's, how do I get to where I need to send the message? Do I have redundant ways to do that? Do I have redundant paths to send an EAN? There are processes there that we can explore and we can utilize to position ourselves to ensure at any point that we can get the message out to the public. And that's the real challenge. And the other side obviously is that the message, we need others to not send the message because we don't want people to lose faith in the system that we're using. And so there's a very fine line there of, we need to be able to get in it as fast as we can and get the message out, but we need to make sure that no one else can send the message on without us having them send it on our behalf, so that the public does not lose faith in it. And there's multiple people have touched on that at this point. The challenge, obviously, for the end user in this case is, we rely on the IT systems that we don't maintain. So, our local information technology agency, they're the ones that look at the firewall problems. They're the ones that try to mitigate, horizontal and vertical movement, obviously, into those systems that we would utilize. So, we're trying to best figure out, relying on others, how to keep the system secure, also being able to send the message as fast as we can.
Thank you, Seamus. And we'll go on to the next question now. This question is directed at industry participants, and I'll ask it, and then I'm going to tweak it a little bit. The question is, do you currently have a cyber risk management plan that you're using to reduce risk for the communication services that you provide, and in particular the alerting services that you provide? Now, nobody on the panel is going to want to say no, because that's a closed-ended question, and so I know that nobody's going to want to say no, because I know some of you pretty well. So what I'll say is, if you say yes, can you tell us a little bit about the plan, some of the elements in your plan, to the extent that you're able to share that in an open forum? And if no, if your answer is no, then why is it no? And you may have very good reasons for the answer to be no. So I'm not going to be judgmental at all. So let's just ask the question. I'll start with Brian. And Brian Daly, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Let me just do a quick check. Audio okay?
Mm-hmm. We got you.
Good. Good. Yeah, well, thank you for the opportunity to participate on this very important panel, first off. But of course, you know me, Jeff, my answer is yes. So we do maintain a very robust enterprise-level cybersecurity risk management plan within AT&T, and it covers all communication services we provide, and that includes wireless emergency alerts. You may be familiar, WIA uses the network for broadcasting the alerts. We receive the alerts from FEMA IPAWS, which comes to us through a security protected interface. And then once it gets into our network, of course, it follows our cybersecurity risk management plan. Our plan follows the NIST cybersecurity framework, and it includes ISO 27001 certification. We've shared with the Commission on multiple occasions a copy of our AT&T Information and Network Security Customer Reference Guide, which does provide a comprehensive description of our cybersecurity practices. Now, they're not specific to WIA, but it does make abundantly clear that we have implemented security controls that are sufficient to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of WIA. We don't believe that a cybersecurity risk management plan specific to WIA and designed in a narrow area of application is an appropriate use of resources, because we do have this broader cybersecurity risk management plan that covers all operations, including WIA. Our Chief Security Office does establish the policy and requirements as well as comprehensive programs to ensure security is incorporated into every facet of AT&T's computing and network environments. Our security program includes confidentiality to make sure that information is accessible only to those authorized to access and view it. It also has access controls. We operate in a highly secured environment where physical access to staff office space, switching centers, global network and service management centers, and other network facilities are strictly monitored and controlled through the use of physical security and intrusion detection systems. We do have logical access control measures based on the principle of least privilege that makes sure that our compute resource is restricted and limited only to the commands, data, and systems necessary to perform authorized functions, as well as network element access controls. We do employ a combination of internally developed and commercial tools to detect attempts by unauthorized persons to penetrate the AT&T global network. We conduct regular tests and evaluations to make sure those security controls are maintained and are functioning according to policy. And we do have a corporate business continuity plan to provide technical consulting and project management to make sure we address business continuity, disaster recovery, and manage security needs of both AT&T and its customers. And again, business continuity is focusing on all aspects of business continuity to protect business operations, including availability, reliability, scalability, recovery, performance, as well as security. We work very closely with Addis and 3GPP to make sure we understand security aspects of the network and develop standards accordingly. We've studied things such as base station authentication and concluded that it would be unwise because it would fragment the global warning system standards that govern a highly functional international and interoperable warning standard. So bottom line, Jeff, yes, we have a number of policies and comprehensive program in effect discussing security risk management.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Next, we're going to turn to Harold and to anything from Sage. Harold?
Well, I'll give you the unexpected answer of it's not a yes or a no, but we make equipment that provides users with the capability of monitoring communication networks and such. We don't provide any telecommunications directly from Sage, but we do, looking forward to what the FCC had said in their notice of proposed rulemaking, where they may want customers to be more aware of things and be able to report on such things. We continue to improve the software, and in the latest release, we're doing things that will allow customers to gain more visibility into attempts to access their EAS systems, both successful and unsuccessful. And also reducing the threat surface, I guess. In the old days, engineers would connect up to the devices and pull logs and things. We're going for greater reliance on pushing logs out so that the number of people who need to access the system is reduced. The number of reasons why you need to put your ES device on an unprotected network is reduced. We're trying to do that and get more visibility to those operations. I will point out, and we'll probably have an opportunity to talk about this more later, majority of radio stations by actual numbers, not by coverage, but by actual numbers, are small, well, are medium to small to very small businesses. So we're trying to provide tools for people to use, and the FCC is right in thinking about this and what sort of requirements they want to make. And thanks to the FCC, by the way, for the opportunity to be here today. But the staff at these stations is very small. There is zero IT support on a regular basis. It is, in fact, a one and done. You call your network provider, they come and they put in a mysterious box. The customer doesn't know what it is, how it works, is it running, how to change it, or anything about it, really. That's a lot of the set and forget level of this, and it is important to raise the awareness of the need for cybersecurity at that level of customers, and we're trying to do our role in giving them the tools they need to do that once they become aware, and we're trying to help make them aware as well.
Okay, thank you, Harold. I'm going to ask the question of one more person who's here from industry, and that is Gary. Gary, I'm wondering if you have anything to say about the question.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do. And thank you for including us in this conversation today. I think it's an important one. And Harold made some very good points. And in the case of the company that I work with the Jalpa Media, we are in markets from the size of Chicago all the way down to places like Fairfield, Iowa. And in that latter situation, we have a total of 2 people at that operation. And neither of them have technical background, okay? So in that case, we're dealing with a situation where there's a contract engineer, and the contract engineer has expertise in RF operation. IT would not be what we would call his strong suit. So in order to do some of the things that we're talking about bringing in someone that's completely outside of our normal sphere of influence and operation to put things in place. And on top of that, one thing that I have noticed, and that is people that don't have a technical background that are in an operational standpoint in these small broadcast environments, they're not only not aware of it, but they're quite intimidated by it, okay? And so in these cases, I think more than focusing on the regulation, it's going to be more imperative for us to focus on education for those folks, because there's got to be some comfort there so that they can understand what the requirements are and why it's of benefit to them. And that probably differentiates us from a lot of the folks that are participating in this conversation today, because in most of the instances when we're talking about commercial internet service providers and the like, we've got folks that are keyed on that, and there's quite a hierarchy there of people that are very aware of what the situation is and how to address it. In our case, yes, we do have a corporate IT department. Yes, we do have procedures in place. Yes, they're focused around NIST, and and they focus on firewall and network segmentation. It does take quite a bit of effort to get that stuff in place and to get people to understand it as well. So that's what I would bring up, is from an education standpoint. In my other role as the head of the education committee at the Society of Broadcast Engineers, we're very interested in making sure that we can get this information out to our membership and to help in these small situations to create awareness for folks.
Thanks, Gary. And I heard something similar from both you and Harold, and we'll defer this thread until a little bit later in the dialogue. But there are ways, at least in my mind, to do this without hiring full-time equivalents to do it. There are, and we'll talk about this, but I'm wondering if there aren't resources available to help small and medium-sized entities to bootstrap the thinking in this area without adding staff and so forth and bearing those kinds of costs. But we'll save that for another moment, another day. So let's move on. Thanks, everybody, for contributing to that. And we'll move on to the next question. So in terms of cyber risk management plans, I'm wondering what are some of the key components or elements? We heard from Brian what they're doing specifically at AT&T, but in a more general sense, what are some of the most important elements to include in a plan like that? And we'll start with Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I definitely appreciate the perspectives that were shared by the industry panelists. I mean, I think we recommend using the cybersecurity framework as a starting point, really as a guide to help establish that cybersecurity risk management plan. I think, one of we're in the midst of an update process now, and one of the major additions or improvements to the plan is really highlighting the importance of governance. Do you have that organizational strategy, the expectations, the policies, and in some ways the roles and responsibilities kind of laid out for cybersecurity and how it's to be considered more broadly within kind of the way the organization manages risks broadly, across the enterprise? I think following that governance up with identifying your current risks, understanding the current and needed protections and detection capabilities, and then having the right response processes once an event or an incident is detected, and then having the capabilities in place to recover, to restore your assets and your operations that might have been impacted by a cybersecurity incident. And I think as you establish your plan and prioritize the cybersecurity outcomes that are important to your organization, there are a whole host of standards and guides and other resources available, whether they're from NIST or CISA or others in the industry broadly. Those resources can help you implement to really realize those capabilities in practice.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I'm going to ask the same question of Christian.
Sure. Well, NIST wrote the framework, so Kevin covered it really well. But one thing I would add, in particular in the process of identifying risk, we at CISA and the National Risk Management Center in particular deal a lot with prioritization and how you scale a solution. And one of the things we keep coming across that kind of sits below the surface for an organization of any size is the dependencies and interdependencies that are not as easy to identify, right? And so that comes with ICT supply chain when you're talking about hardware and software vendors, but it really is, to the earlier point from Mr. Daly, right? It spans the whole business continuity enterprise when it comes to, dependency on electric power and water to your facilities, right? So no matter how isolated or minimally staffed something is and how, self-sufficient it may be out in the field, if your people can't get there on roads, if there's not electric power to the building, that function is not going to be performed. And so, I get my overall recommendation is just to, for organizations of any sizes to take the broadest possible view of what could be considered a risk. Certainly in a cybersecurity context, there's a very specific set of concerns in terms of data protection and network protection and things like that. But in terms of the overall enterprise risk, it's much broader than that.
Thank you, Christian. We're going to move on now to the next question. And instead of talking about cyber risk management plans, we're talking about cyber risk management in a more abstract sense. And the question is, how can cyber risk management, with the focus on planning and preparedness, how can that contribute to the protection of the nation's alerting infrastructure and reliable alerting? And so I'm going to switch order here and start with Harold on that.
Well, that's a sort of mom and apple pie question. Cybersecurity, good thing. I'll have another slice. It comes down again in this context. This is the pre-planning stage. What is it? Why do you want it? Why, as a good member of society, should I have my radio station implemented? And that is, to a large point, a cost factor. It's not for free. There are resources available. They cost. You don't need to hire a full-time IT equivalent person to do it. Somebody has to do it. Somebody has to learn how to do it, keep learning how to do it, maintain it, and get it running. There are resources available. Based on the agenda, I Googled for the security infrastructures, the CISA stuff, NIST stuff. That is not something you want mom and pop to have pop up on their screen early in the morning. It's incomprehensible to people who haven't spent a life in doing it. There's scholarly papers with titles that are too long. There is simpler information available. Where is it? How do you find it? Why does it pop up as choice number 25 and not choice number 1? This is, I think, a role where the FCC has to be proactive in. It's one thing to say people should follow these frameworks. We don't need to discuss why they're good. They are good. You do need them. You use them. The world's a better place. But how can you make that relevant to small operators? Convince them that it's necessary and that it's not as hard to do as one might think, but it has to be done. Rulemaking saying you have to have a plan and you have to follow it is okay, but time and effort needs to be spent into here in simple language. These are not uneducated people. They're people who are busy in a sector that isn't this. How can we make this relevant and give them actionable things that they can actually do in getting the awareness and then starting to plan? That's the real issue here. Is it a good thing? Of course.
Okay. Thank you, Harold. I'm going to turn now to Kevin with the same question, and I can repeat it. You can start, Kevin, if you want.
Yeah, I'm happy to, and certainly agree with what Harold mentioned. I think we've already touched on the fact that the alerting systems present desirable targets, and I think one of the potential challenges, at least that I've heard in this space, is that it's in some ways a very decentralized nature of implementation. So there's a lot of multiple entities, both public and private, and that can both present opportunities but also challenges with respect to kind of implementing and managing security controls and capabilities. I mean, from my perspective, and I'll echo some of what Harold said, is look, cybersecurity risk management can help to guide your efforts as an organization or as a sector, for example, to help reduce cybersecurity risk to an acceptable level. That would take into consideration cost. It would take into consideration, internal and external expectations, both for your organization, but also with your partners and suppliers. So that supply chain dimension, regardless of where you sit in that supply chain, there's important considerations there. And then having the planning and the processes and procedures and kind of oversight mechanisms in place to help you manage those efforts to an acceptable level.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, let's move on to the next question. The last question was about how can cyber risk management planning have an impact on better strengthening the alerting infrastructure. The next question is about preventing or mitigating the effects of attacks that will occur. And so the question is, in what ways can cyber risk management planning help to prevent or mitigate the consequences of attacks? And Kevin, I'm going to go back to you without a break.
Yeah, happy to. I mean, you don't want the first time you're thinking about response and recovery to be during an actual cybersecurity incident or event. So having doing the planning up front, early and often in some ways, is always going to be key. And I think part of that planning, and really ties back to some of the earlier questions and responses from the panel, is that having that cybersecurity risk management plan is really intended to help you both plan, organize, and prioritize your cybersecurity efforts, align those to your missions and business objectives, make sure they're going to be responsive to the threat landscape, as well as the expectations of your organization, both internally but also externally, so that when you do experience an event or an incident, you're more prepared. And I think part of that risk management planning is also not just preparing for when something bad happens, but also having the protective capabilities in place, both what you have today, an understanding of what you have today, but also what you might need to have in the future, and kind of having that roadmap to help you get there.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I'm going to jump to the next question, and this is a question that we touched on a little bit earlier, is what are the kinds of challenges that communications providers might face, particularly smaller and mid-sized providers, when they are considering developing and adopting a cybersecurity risk management plan. So this is the question about how smaller, mid-sized providers, how communications or alerting providers from different segments can overcome those sorts of challenges. So let me start with Gary. Gary, this is a surprise. You didn't know this was coming, but go ahead.
Works better with the microphone turned on.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that is a challenge And one of the things that I think we can address is how do we interface with these smallest individuals to make their input effective, to give them some comfort and understanding into what they're dealing with. And I noticed that when we were talking about the proposal that's in place, one of the comments that was made was the fact that during one of the national tests, they went back through and it was determined that there was about over 5,000 operators that had outdated software on their devices. And this is based off of the ETRS reporting system. And in reality, I expect that if we were to examine that, we would find out that because a lot of those fields remain populated from the previous test, and the individuals aren't necessarily the most educated folks that are putting the information in, that if there's already a blank filled out there that shows outdated software, they might not understand why that needs to be checked and put in. They're just going, oh, okay, well, that's it. Yeah, that's one of the versions. So I think we need to go back through and design some of this stuff when we're dealing with it, so that we eliminate those possibilities, so that it's not automatically stuff filled in that isn't going to be necessarily so. Because my experience has been with all of the national testing and stuff that we've done, almost every time we come out with a test, we've got new firmware and software. So, the fact that that's in there from the previous test is sort of like going to lead you to an improper conclusion if we leave it there. And that's just one of the observations that I would make. But I think we need to make it as user-friendly to folks that are probably the least knowledgeable individuals, because unfortunately, they're going to be the ones that are putting that information in. We're asking them to give us information within a matter of hours from a national test, so that we can evaluate everything, and that's all great, but we're not going to be dealing with an outside IT individual that's going to be dealing with that. That's going to be coming from those lowest common denominator users. So we need to make that as foolproof as we possibly can. That's just one of the observations that I would make.
Thank you, Gary. I'm going to turn now to Brian with the same question. What are the kinds of challenges that different segments will face?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think some of the smaller providers will have fewer resources, and that could potentially, have an impact and challenge for them. But if they do follow the NIST cybersecurity framework, that would allow them to adopt and tailor their cybersecurity risk management plans to their size, resources, and circumstances that they may have. The other aspect I'd like to just touch on a bit is training. I think training is very important, all up and down the chain. I think if we look at some of what I'll call misfires in wireless emergency alert, a lot of this stems from training and the software use at the alert origination side. So I think in increasing our training, doing some of the exercises that bring in some of the, we tend to exercise the system more in sunny day environments. But if we look at some of the threats and vulnerabilities and do some tabletop exercises to address some of those, again, getting back to the training aspect, I think that would overall help to improve the system, both for small as well as large operators.
Thanks, Brian. I'm going to go to the next question. And this is something that was touched on in our earlier panel. And that is, we've talked about cyber risk management plans, which are sort of higher level. What I'm wondering now is, are there things that you might closer to controls or best practices that should be included in what alerting providers do in their infrastructure? Something more detailed than cyber risk management plans. And so I'm going to start with Seamus and ask what you think of that.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that obviously, I think, and Gary touched on this earlier, there's a lot of trepidation. We don't want to have to send these. We know we need to at times. So I think that we are always trying to strike that balance of we want to keep it secure, but understanding at the point comes outside of a test when we actually have to send it, the people that are going to be sending it they're going to be very nervous. And so they have to be able to get in there, and there's as many opportunities to send a bad message as worried about someone get in outside of the people that have to get in there. So I think that one of the things obviously is talking about front end security and helping provide best practices to those, you know, just as Gary said on the radio side, on the emergency management side, there are shops where it's one person, part-time person, you know, it isn't, you know, they aren't as fortunate as others. So trying to come up with best practices of ways to keep how you get into the system secure. Obviously, there are checks in there that come from the national side on, you know, once we are designate that we want to send a WIA, other things that we have to do that are, you know, provide a much higher level of security, which obviously needs to be there. So I think that there are things that we can do on that standpoint. But again, I think we also have to keep in mind that when it comes to having to send the message, we need to try and make it as user-friendly as possible to get the message out. Because the more steps we have, or if it's something too far away from what we do day in and day out in our normal alerting systems, if they have them, then we run the risk of having a lot more problems in there as well.
Okay, thank you, Seamus. And I'll add, and we're running short on time, but I will add that another way to think about best practices is CISAs has put out a set of cybersecurity performance goals that are more specific than some of the things you'll find in the cybersecurity framework. And so that's a way to think about practice. And I hesitate to use the word controls because there's somebody from CISA right here that probably would object. But so that's what's on my mind. And having said that, I'm going to come back to you, Seamus, and just in 30 seconds, how does that idea strike you?
I mean, I think that there's a lot of good information out there. The challenge again is, you know, typically the end user, as in the person who sends the message, you know, we are our IT function. So we're going to follow the best practices on what the structure should be like, you know, all of those things that we need to do to get the public the information that they need in a timely fashion. But again, I think that there are ways that we could incorporate some of that, some of the CISA items in there that would help, yes. But again, I think those are conversations that the local alerting point, whoever that is, needs to have conversations with their IT people on those functions.
Okay, thank you, Seamus. And we have got another 2 minutes. And so I'm going to wrap things up very quickly. I'm going to thank you all for joining us today and sharing. I didn't get through all the questions. I didn't really expect to, because I expected a lively group, and you were all lively, and you were comfortable with sharing information. So I'm grateful for that. You made my job a lot easier. So let me just ask you all to, I wish you all a good trip home, and I'll turn it back over to Suzanne.
Great. Thank you all so much. Catherine, you didn't get to speak tremendously. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, and I'll make it brief, I promise. So this came up in the last panel, but it was going to be my final parting thought for the group, which is the importance of partnerships, right? Once you've done the work and, you know, gone through and contemplated your risk, made plans to address it. How are you going to stay informed on the latest and greatest threats? And that is you either work with others in your industry, or there's many public-private partnerships that exist to help share information, threats, mitigations, vulnerabilities, all of these things. And I would just encourage you to look into that as you move forward.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I appreciate that. And with that, panel 2 is complete. If you all will stay in your seats, though, we are expecting Eric Goldstein to give us a keynote. Eric is the Executive Assistant Director for Cybersecurity at CISA. We might still be, is he here? Great. Thank you so much. So he's going to be talking to us. In the meantime, would anyone else like to say anything who's on the panel, since we do have a couple more minutes and we kind of close a little quickly? Christian, please.
Thank you. I think I'm not allowed out of this as a House if I don't, support the cross-sector cybersecurity performance goals. And they've been mentioned before, but I just want to, highlight they're designed and intended to be accessible, usable by small and medium-sized businesses. They set a baseline and help you improve on that baseline over time. And so EAD Goldstein may touch on them again, but I just want to emphasize that they are applicable to all sectors and something that we're very supportive of. So thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Appreciate that. Eric?
All right, you know where to look. Okay, thank you for having me. This is a really wonderful event. I know there are a lot of folks out there in virtual space and a few here in the room. When my friend and colleague, Billy Bob Brown, asked me to do this event, I jumped at the opportunity for reasons that Billy Bob knows quite well, but some of you might not. So by way of brief introduction, I have the privilege of leading the cybersecurity division at CISA, and I have worked in cybersecurity for most of my career. I was in the private sector doing cybersecurity before this role. Before that, worked in the CISA cybersecurity division's precursor agency. But as with many folks in cybersecurity, I came about my current role in a circuitous way. And my little bit of personal story is when I was 16 years old, I grew up in DC. When I was in high school, that was when the DC sniper was affecting so many communities in the DC metropolitan area. And I'm sure that a lot of you remember that. And I observed with I think, such a emotional resonance, sort of the fact that when so many people were for very good reasons, cowering in their homes, canceling events, taking such precautions, our first responder communities were the ones who were surging to respond, surging to help at significant personal risk. And so I went and got my EMT license, started working as an EMT in Kensington, Maryland. And that started me on a 20-plus year journey working at the State Fire Academy in the state of Illinois, working as a full-time firefighter in South Chicago, working as a volunteer firefighter both in Champaign County, Illinois, and most recently in Prince George's County, Maryland. But public safety and the fire service has really been the through line of my, at least personal, self-identity and lived experience, even as I professionally began to progress more into the critical infrastructure protection and eventually cybersecurity areas of our space. And in fact, I volunteered in Maryland until I had my third kid a little while ago, and then I said, 3 kids, this job, firefighting, that's gonna be more than I can bear, but did it through most of my life to this point. And so I really have such an acute personal appreciation both for the extraordinary criticality and diversity of our nation's public safety community and the fact that our public safety community is now inextricably dependent on network technologies. And so, I was a volunteer firefighter in rural Illinois where you had the pager on your belt and the tones would go off and you'd hop in the car and put on the blue light. I also did it when there was an alerting outage at the local dispatch center and you had to have the pager on open all night to hear who was getting calls because no tones were hitting. And that was 20 plus years ago. To the point now where we have enabled the public safety community to not only receive information one directionally, but actually enable this rich tapestry of information, geospatial information, victim information, patient information, allow the communication between responding units and public safety dispatch centers in a way that actually lets the community do its job much better, much more effectively, much more safely in an environment where, of course, the risks that we are responding to are ever more complex. But that intersects in really challenging ways with cybersecurity, which I guess is what I do now with my day job, much less exciting in some ways than riding a fire truck and have to wear a suit. But here I am. We know that there are adversaries who really wish to do our country harm. And I will point, as I often do in public remarks these days, to the Director of National Intelligence's annual threat assessment, which paints a dramatically stark picture of the threat posed from a variety of adversaries, but particularly China, where the annual threat assessment notes that during a potential geopolitical conflict, it is likely that Chinese cyber actors will seek destructive attacks on American critical infrastructure to sow societal chaos. And so if we think that it is potentially the intent of our adversaries to sow societal chaos, to undermine the very fabric of our communities, there is no target that would have a more significant impact on the psyche of the American people than the public safety community, who we all expect when we pick up the phone and call 911, where we increasingly are able to text 911, because that's really cool. When we are able to reach out to our responders, we expect that they are going to hear the call and they're going to come to the right place with the information that they need. The ability of cyber actors to degrade that capability is profoundly disconcerting to our equilibrium as a country and our communities. And in fact, this is not academic. We have seen far too many cases where ransomware actors have in fact disrupted the ability of PSAPs, of other public safety communications assets, to be able to at least rely upon the full breadth of technology at our disposal, requiring us often to fall back on older, manual, less efficient methods to do our jobs. And so what do we do? What do we do in this environment where we know that the criticality of our public safety community can't be overstated? We know that the public safety community is, of course, definitionally dependent on the continuity of our public safety communications and alerting officials. And we know that the threat facing these communities really couldn't be higher and is at a point that we have never seen before. We think we do a few things. First of all, we know that this community is one that is not deeply resourced. We are not talking about, of course, Fortune 500 companies that can just dump a few $1 million into a security program, hire a really well-paid CISO and say, we'll let that problem figure itself out, right? These are communities, these are organizations that have to make the best possible use of every single dollar. And so I was delighted when I looked at today's agenda, because I saw that there's a variety of colleagues from CISA, from other agencies who are talking about everything that we have to offer, but I'll call out two of them. The first is, of course, CISA's voluntary vulnerability reduction services. And I think you heard from my colleague, Sean Latona, from our vulnerability management team a few minutes ago. But I can't overstate the fact that the vast majority of cyber intrusions that we see are not leveraging some unique, exquisite, sophisticated exploitation, right? They are using known vulnerabilities, known misconfigurations that we know how to fix. And fortunately, CISA offers free services to do just that. And so one goal that we should have collectively is there is no reason why any public safety organization across the country, whether public safety communications, police, fire, EMS, every single one should be enrolled in CISA's vulnerability scanning service. There is no reason not to be. So I think that one goal for the community is to say, let's make sure we get everybody on board, because that is one way that we can identify these vulnerabilities before they are being exploited. There's also a panel, I believe it's after me, talking a little bit about our cybersecurity performance goals. Because if we think about two of the most important steps that we can take to raise our cybersecurity baseline, one of them is let's make sure that those known vulnerabilities that are externally facing, that we know actors are targeting, let's find those and fix those. We can help with that. But we also know that there's a pretty small number of other steps that have an inordinate impact on our cybersecurity. If you're going to pick 3 to 5 things to focus on every quarter, what should they be? That's where our cybersecurity performance goals come into play, right? And these are 38 action-oriented goals ranked by impact, cost, complexity to say, if you only have a very limited budget, where do you start? Where do you go next? And we offer a cybersecurity performance goal assessment that's delivered by our regional team members across the country to help walk through the list, look at where you are, and then figure out where do we go next. And so those two pieces together, enrollment in CISA's vulnerability scanning service and undergoing a performance goal assessment from one of our regional team members, that can go a really long way to reducing the likelihood that an adversary is going to be able to opportunistically launch a really damaging attack. But there's, of course, a few more things that we have to focus on. One of them is incident reporting, because one of the biggest challenges in cybersecurity is a lack of data. And there's actually a through line here with my experience in the fire service. I will just offer a brief tangent. When I was getting my master's degree at Georgetown University a very, very long time ago, it was right when I stopped working at the Illinois State Fire Academy. I was living at a firehouse in PG County, Maryland, doing that full time, going to grad school part time. Had a job somewhere else, but that was much less exciting. And I actually wrote my master's thesis on, are we actually able to show that investments in this case, the Fire Act grants through FEMA, are actually able to show reductions in firefighter fatalities or injuries, reductions in property loss for the targeted regions? And the answer was no, not because the grant programs don't work, goodness knows they do, but because the data was really bad. And anybody who's worked in the fire service will know this, it is very much a voluntary reporting system in most cases. And so just having a data set that you can actually do some decent analysis against was really tricky. We're actually in a similar problem today in cybersecurity, where the vast majority of incidents aren't reported to the government, which means we are unable to offer assistance, we are unable to share information quickly to prevent other future victims, and we're unable to analyze trends that we can use to provide more targeted guidance that can help others. Now, this problem is going to solve itself a little bit in the next year and a half or so, when CISA's incident reporting regulation or rulemaking is going to come into effect, but there's still more that we can do today. And so one ask that we would have for the community is, when a partner in the public safety ecosystem has an intrusion, we need to hear about it. And we need to hear about it so we can help, and we can help prevent the same thing happening to others. Because sometimes in cybersecurity, there's a real culture of blaming and shaming the victim in a way that the victim perceives, well, we did something wrong. We're going to face liability. We're going to face public recrimination. And the only party who wins in that model is the adversary, is the criminal groups. And so we need to profoundly change that model, even in advance of our regulation coming online, because the more that we can work with victims, the more that our regional team members can engage on the ground, we can offer help, but we can also help prevent other victims from experiencing these same significantly negative events. And this is really particularly important with this community, because we know that particularly ransomware actors, they want to target victims that they think are going to pay. And so in their warped worldview, a victim like a PSAP is going to be potentially really interesting, because their presumption will be, well, that facility can't go down, right? That is going to cause life safety impacts. They're probably going to pay. And so the more that we can understand what kinds of actors are targeting the public safety and public safety communications communities, and we can push out information that all of you and your stakeholders can use to protect yourselves, that's going to make us more able to cut off these emerging campaigns before they cause real harm. But there's a third piece as well. So we talked about a bit about what individual organizations can do, signing up for CISA's vulnerability scanning services and undergoing a recurring cybersecurity performance goal assessment. Talked a bit about the importance of voluntary incident reporting so that we can make sure that we are sharing information broadly to cut off these campaigns. But there's a third challenge we face that's actually very core to this administration's overall cybersecurity strategy, which is, if you read the National Cybersecurity Strategy, there's a really important narrative and strategic shift, which is this idea of a shift in accountability to say, let's shift the burden for cybersecurity to those who can actually bear it. At CISA, we sometimes call those folks target rich, resource poor. Pardon me. And I can think of no better example of an organization that shouldn't have to be worrying as much about cybersecurity as a public safety or public safety communications organization, because frankly, you have a lot of other stuff to worry about, right? You have to worry about making sure that the ecosystem of our public safety responders and networks stays functional. And so what does that mean? It means that the technology that we use every day for our most critical functions, public safety communications, perhaps being chief among them, needs to be secure by design and secure by default. And today, fundamentally, it isn't. And I will offer by way of an example. Any of us who work in cybersecurity, even if we don't, are probably familiar with this concept of Patch Tuesday, this idea that once a month, all of the major technology vendors come out and say, here are all the things that we've found out are wrong with our products this month, and you should go fix them. You should go update your products. Now, what happens every month is the vendors go and say this. They say, here are all the things we found that are wrong with our products this month, and enterprises across the world scramble to go upgrade and update to the secure versions. At the same time, every single adversary, ransomware gangs, nation states across the board also scramble to exploit these vulnerabilities in their products. And who do you think often gets there first? And the fact that we have normalized this culture where we can say we are running these technology products for the most critical functions of our society, but we are tolerating a world in which these products are coming off the proverbial assembly line flawed, and then we are going to recurrently try to fix them before the adversaries can exploit those flaws, well, we keep losing. We keep losing repeatedly. But we can do things differently because, in fact, a lot of the vulnerabilities that we are finding in these products are vulnerabilities of a type or of types that we know how to fix. And we've known how to fix for 10, 20, 30 years. But there are business decisions being made by technology providers that is resulting in less secure products being released to production, and that are in turn undermining the safety of our most critical functions like public safety communications. We have to do differently. And so a few weeks ago, our director, Jen Easterly, released at Singapore International Cyber Week a new guidance document outlining practices for secure by design products. It was co-sealed by, I think, 14 other international governments. Pretty remarkable, by far the most governments that have ever joint sealed a cybersecurity publication. And this product outlines what we should all expect for secure by design products. Now, a bit before that, we also released some procurement guidance for our partners in the K-12 education sector to say, if you're a K-12 education official, here are some questions to ask when you're buying new technology. We need the same model for this community. Thank you very much. You're the best, Ev. I appreciate you. We need the same model in this community. We need to make sure that when we are procuring, acquiring, using technologies, whether it is software for an on-premises system, whether it is using a cloud service provider, whether it is using a managed service, that we are asking hard questions of our vendors and holding them accountable, because we are impliedly accepting the risk that they are shifting downstream every day, and that in turn is creating unacceptable risk levels for our most critical functions. So as I hope this day reflects, CISA is here to be a partner to this absolutely critical community. We're here to be a partner in providing services that are useful to you, information that is timely and actionable, and to be an advocate in your corner for strategic shifts like making sure we are using technologies that meet our expectations for security and safety. And really importantly, if we're not accomplishing any of those, we want to hear from you, and I know we will. Because we know that the environment is changing quickly. We know that the community has the best understanding of your needs, your requirements. And so through our close partnership with Deb and the team here at FCC, our goal is to make sure that we are staying ahead of the evolving threat, but we're also providing the right support, the right services, the right guidance, the right partnership to help us through this challenging period and make sure that the critical public safety services upon which every American depends remains viable and with full integrity under all conditions. So thanks so much for the chance to chat today. It is really a privilege, and thanks for all of you out there in virtual land and here in the room. Thanks for all the work that you do every day to keep our communities and families safe.
Thank you, Eric. We will now break for lunch. Our next panel will begin at 1:25. Please leave time to get back through security and be seated in time for 1:25, our panel number 3. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Alerting Security Roundtable. If everyone will be seated, I would note if anyone's thirsty, just having come back from lunch, we have a lot of water over here and a little bit of coffee. Please help yourself. I also would just like to remind everyone that this proceeding is being live streamed and a copy of the webcast will be placed in the docket of the pending proceeding on alerting security. And now we will return to our roundtable on alerting security by introducing panel 3. Our moderators today are Ken Carlberg, the Chief Technology Officer, and Stephen Carpenter, a technical advisor, both from the FCC's Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau. And they will be moderating panel 3, Cyber Incident Reporting. Thank you.
Okay, Suzanne, thank you for the introduction there, and thanks everyone for attending. The good news is, even though I'm the CTO, it's not going to be a deep dive in the technology, but it's really going to be very interesting with respect to your respective opinions, ideas, and also backgrounds, which is a nice mix, and we think it'll be very helpful with the questions that we've got. As mentioned, Stephen is my cohort here, and we'll do some swapping with some of the questions. But first, let's introduce the panel. We have Shilpa Bano, who's the Director of Systems Architecture at T-Mobile. Mike Kelly, who's the VP of Chief Information Security Officer at the EW Scripps Company, and I believe he's online as I move my voice away from the mic. Okay. And then we also have Todd Klessman, who's the rulemaking team lead in the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act, CIRCIA at CISA. And then Wade Widmer, who is doing double duty, maybe triple duty. He was here earlier this morning, but he's the Deputy Director of the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System at FEMA. We have Clint Osborne, who's the Interim Director for DC Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. We also have Harry Perper, who is the Principal Cybersecurity Technologist at the MITRE Corporation. And finally, Will Flagler, who is the Director at the Arlington County Department of Public Safety Communications and Emergency Management. Excellent. Okay, thank you. So I think what we'll do is we'll start directly into some of the questions. We have some of them here. I'll probably identify 1 or 2 or even 3 people, but please, if there are others that have an opinion to bring forth, we'd love to hear it, I think. So starting off with the first question. And this one will be initially aimed at Todd Klessman at CISA. As a threshold matter, how does cyber incident reporting help the federal government identify, detect, protect against, respond to, and recover from cyber attacks, and generally improve the cybersecurity posture of U.S. critical infrastructure? Todd, the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Ken, for having me here. It's a pleasure to join the roundtable today. It's a really good question, good place to start when we're talking about cyber incident reporting is what are the benefits? As you may have heard during the introduction, my job is drafting the new regulations for CISA that will be requiring cyber incident reporting. So obviously we want to make sure that the benefits outweigh the costs of this type of activity. And fortunately, there are a ton of benefits that come from cyber incident reporting. The chief one that I see that comes from sort of the broader type of reporting we're going to ask for under CIRCIA is the ability to sort of identify what's going on there and have better understanding and insight into the cyber threat environment. We can learn a lot about the cyber trends, the tactics, techniques, and procedures, or the TTPs, what vulnerabilities are being exploited, what countermeasures are available to help mitigate some of those, or excuse me, some mitigation strategies for in case you've actually already been hit by an attack. And by having cyber incident reporting, we can collect data points from across the different sectors across the country, aggregate that information, analyze it, anonymize it so we're not calling out specific companies, and then share that information out to the rest of the cybersecurity community. And by doing so, we can create early warnings and other sorts of alerts that can allow people who potentially could be vulnerable for future attacks to mitigate the vulnerabilities that would be exploited. We have seen historically that this can really help reduce future impacts. We think it's really critical. Again, it's not, there's no requirement that the entities take these steps once they find out about them. But we actually had a colleague of mine was briefed last week on a study of vulnerability remediation efforts across 100,000 entities. And they found that rapid remediation is 5 times more likely to occur when a vulnerability has been discussed or featured in a CISA alert or a similar government type announcement. So you can see that people are actually taking the information that CISA and other departments and agencies are putting out there and are taking steps to protect themselves so they don't fall victim to similar types of attacks. Obviously, there's also the benefit of alerting the federal government of the ongoing incident in particular. Now, I'm not suggesting that the federal government is going to come out and assist in every single incident that occurs, but obviously there are resources that we can make available in certain cases. It also helps us understand and implement our requirements to prevent systemic issues. So the FCC is a really good example. With your responsibilities for the communications networks, it's really valuable for you to be aware of disruptions and outages, both so you understand this particular instance, as well as could this potentially lead to systemic impacts. And Department of Energy, all the banking regulators, they have similar interest in learning about information on incidents so they can protect from things like mass power outages or systemic impacts across the financial sector. And last but not least, I'll name a couple of other things that can benefit. So the data that we create not only can help individuals or the companies, but it can actually help the software vendors, developers, and manufacturers. They can learn if there are weaknesses or vulnerabilities in their programs and either issue updates to address them or build security better. So we're actually solving the issue at scale when software and hardware developers take a look at it. And then, of course, there's the law enforcement aspect of this, right? One of the things we want to do here is if we can get information to our law enforcement colleagues, they can actually identify after investigation and potentially capture and prosecute the perpetrators of the incidents, get those folks off the street, as well as deterring other bad actors from entering the field. So there's really a whole host of different benefits that we see from cyber incident reporting.
So I was curious from what you were just mentioning, and we may touch upon it in subsequent questions, was when you were talking about, in a sense, collecting information from a variety of locations, do you envision that in a sense with respect to different points of a given agency that may have collection points or from different agencies working together?
Sure, it's a good follow-up, Ken. You know, one of the things that was in the statute that authorized the regulations I was referring to, the CIRCIA statute, it actually mandates that federal departments and agencies share information with each other on incident reports within 24 hours. So the folks who have to report to CISA under CIRCIA, once that rule is finalized, CISA has an obligation to share that with our federal partners within 24 hours. And conversely, if agencies like the FCC or others are collecting cyber incident reporting under their rules, they have an obligation to share that with CISA within 24 hours. So it's really creating an environment where the federal government can sort of pool our resources. All the data that we get in can go to one place, help analyze it, and make sure the message is getting back out so that people across the country in different industries or different sectors can get the data that they need to address their vulnerabilities.
Okay. And then maybe one last observation. It seemed in terms of how this was put together that perhaps one could characterize it as proactive and reactive in the sense of proactive. You have the mechanisms, the policies, the approach in place to do, in a sense, the identifying, detecting, and protecting against, and then the reactive is, in a sense, responding to that. Would that be a fair type of characterization?
I think that's fair. I do want to sort of reiterate, I don't think CIRCIA or frankly any other federal department or agency's existing regulations really has empowered us to respond to every incident that's out there. That's impossible. Cyber incidents happen hundreds, thousands of times a day. Obviously, the most significant ones, especially if they impact critical infrastructure or national critical functions, then perhaps the responsible federal department or agency would get involved. But I think the real benefit of CIRCIA is that that sort of proactive, helping others protect themselves before they can fall victim, right? So we don't want to see anyone hit by an incident, but to the extent that they are, let's leverage the information that we gain from that attack and make sure other people aren't falling victim to the same types of attacks.
Right, and so the key is the reporting, in a sense, where that's the trigger for you or others to be able to take action upon that.
Correct. If we don't know about the information, then there's really no way for us to identify that new trend or that existing vulnerability. Almost all the good guidance and help that we can give is by things we have learned by people coming to us and identifying problems.
Excellent, thanks. Okay, if there are other items, okay. Next question then. So this one, Todd, I think you'll be up on the list again as well, but perhaps with Clinton and Will as well, perhaps if you have some thoughts on the matter. The question comes up as, what benefits might cyber incident reporting afford? What does cyber incident reporting help stakeholders as a whole? And how might timely situational awareness and information sharing enhance the nation's cybersecurity readiness, especially for alerting systems? And I think for Will, we could probably think in terms of regional as well, not just national. But please, Todd.
Sure. Well, I think my previous response sort of touched on that a fair amount on the benefits overall, but I certainly would be interested in some of the other experts on the panel who can weigh in on the specific benefits for the alerting systems.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and then I'll entreat my buddy Will to speak up. I think at the end of the day, when you're at the local level like we are in DC or Arlington County, or working together at the regional level like we do across DC and Arlington County, the gold standard for community alerting during emergencies is EAS and wireless emergency alerts. And we are, with help from our partners at the IPAWS system level, like we are power users of those systems. I think where we see the real concern is as these systems become more sophisticated. For example, we're not directly inputting alerts into IPAWS, but rather we're using a system, I won't speak for Will, but in the district, we're using a system that integrates a lot of different information, and then that system talks to the IPAWS system directly. And so as users, I think what the regular cyber reporting, consistent cyber reporting, and especially as it gets back to the end users or the end owners of the system, but also the technologists who build the various systems that your local jurisdictions rely upon to integrate the information coming in and then push messaging out, it's absolutely essential that early reporting happens so that everybody in that chain of communication, as a service provider or as a user, knows what's going on at any given time. So fundamentally, one of the most damaging impacts we could have, and we like to think in terms of impacts and work our way back, one of the most damaging and dangerous impacts we have is that we don't have the ability to launch wireless emergency alerts or push to EAS, right? And that could be because we're not connecting to IPAWS properly. It could be because something on the IPAWS side is down. It could be something on our program side that's down. And so at any one of those steps in that chain of communications, that chain of information sharing, it's absolutely critical that we have real confidence that the system is up and running. And that's where I think regular reporting back to folks who can analyze and assess that information and then immediately jump in to address systems issues is what gives us the confidence that when something goes south for us, that we really do have the ability to escalate our public awareness and our public alerting in a stepwise manner, and that when we need to go all in and alert the whole community with push notifications that it's ready to go and that we can understand it and trust that it's going to work with high fidelity every time. And we've been very fortunate in this space because it is very niche where I think we have that confidence, but it is absolutely critical that issues get resolved. I think the other space that it really matters to us and taking this out of the pure technology side of this is the information sharing around issues that Todd talked about, like the National Network of Fusion Centers and our intelligence community. We're partnered very closely with the ISACs and the other sources of information where in those industries, for us, it's not just about a specific technology, but it's about the impacts to other industries. And so the ability for those industries, those industry information sharing centers to get complete and really robust reporting that they can then analyze for their equities, whether it's SCADA systems or it's banking systems, whatever that is, and then to get that back in to not just the investigative process, but also the impact analysis in our communities. If we lose water systems, there's a huge impact, right? So those kinds of things are really important to us, and I think the ability to share information all starts, as Todd said, with that first notification that something happened, and then it allows everybody to sort of rally around the issue, assess it, analyze, and determine the best course of action.
Thank you.
And I agree with Clint 100%. We also utilize 2 different systems to feed into IPAWS. And a lot of that comes from when we see things happen in other places and the reports that are issued, we changed our posture and said, what do we need to do to enhance redundancy? And making sure that we know that there's an incident and the impacts are really important. Clint and I have been on the phone before he sends a WIA alert to let me know it's real because of the bleed over between our 2 jurisdictions, and I'm doing the same thing because it creates impacts for people in our communities, disabled people, educational institutions, a lot of different impacts, especially here in the nation's capital, that if we send a message and we don't coordinate, how do we know it's real? That's just a simple way that we work together. So I think reporting incidents is really, really important. So that I got an email today from one of my employees. He got an email, he says, is this real? This is from an employee. Is this a phishing thing? So that exists to the point where we have to be very, very vigilant to make sure that those systems aren't compromised. And if they are, we know that it's happened so that we can have the proper defenses against that.
Thanks. So what you brought up was interesting. There's another question that pops into mind there, and that is, in a sense, what is it? The timely situational awareness. Is it a struggle, in a sense, to deal with what is considered timely? Because it seems to be that there is this need to get the information out as soon as possible, but then, as you were just talking about, also the need to coordinate and make sure that, in a sense, especially jurisdictions that are right next to each other know what the other is doing. So, I mean, is there sort of a constant battle there?
So it could be complicated. Every time you lose a system, is it the system that went out? Are you attacked, or is it human error? So there's a gap where you have to figure out all those things before you notify people. And I think really trying to figure out what the right messaging is and to who during that period is something we just have to kind of go with a gut feeling about. But those are your 3 things. Every time a system goes out, I'm like, okay, did somebody unplug something? Did something really go down, or we've been compromised? And I think trying to figure that out and work through that is really a thing that I think is the next thing that we all have to figure out.
Great. Thank you. Stephen, over to you.
Thanks. Our next question is more on following up on that, on the uses for incident reporting. And I'd like to start with Will and Clinton, Wade, if you could chime in. In terms of information included in incident reports, what specific details and data would be most useful for improving incident response, mitigation, and enhancing the overall security of alerting systems and critical infrastructure?
I was going to defer to you guys. I think also, and forgive me, is that I got our engineer is not here who does this every day, right? But I know listening to him, some of the challenges, the information set is followed. It's per the CISA guidelines, and that seems to be a very workable set of information. I think some of the challenge becomes making that almost searchable to make sure to pull out the ones that are particularly relevant for our system. So, the information that is coming in on other incident reports or changes or adaptations that are going on within the security postures or the things that we need to watch out for, and then making sure we can quickly figure out which ones we need to get to first. But as far as reporting up, I think pretty clear cut, following the frameworks and the guidance that is out there today is working for us.
And for us, we don't have a problem with the guidelines. Look, one of the issues we have is we have technology people that need to do certain things once this happens. There's some backup plans that we have in place that need to be pushed. So finding out certain jurisdictions have been attacked on the news for us, by that time that happens, we're already in a different place. There's phone calls coming from executives, from elected officials. So I think some information would be helpful sooner than later for us to figure out a way to make sure that we can get to those folks and we can talk to the technology people to start to look at certain things and make certain things happen so that we can continue to preserve our systems and our abilities to actually alert people to certain things.
Are there keywords then that you have on a board? This particular word is really tantamount to now, and others, in a sense, we can find out more information. Is there sort of a breakdown with respect to the information you receive and the action to be taken and when to be taken?
Not really. I really haven't analyzed it that deeply. I like what is going on now, but for us, it's happening more and more and more. There's things that states are doing that I can't discuss in Virginia, especially requirements that they're putting on us to do certain things. And part of it is related to cyber attacks and incidents and notifications. So for us, it's not there yet.
I appreciate those comments, and I'm come to this conversation purely from cybersecurity, not focused on emergency alerts, but they're all electronics, they're all technology to me. And the issue that I like to talk about in terms of incident reporting is that the adversaries, the people that want to do malicious activity, cause problems for us, they're pretty lazy. So they will they'll find something that works and use it over that set of techniques and tactics over and over again. So I see this as an opportunity to give somebody a heads up to say, through this information sharing, that we've experienced this. If you have systems that look anything like this or have these kinds of systems in place, you ought to check this out because we saw this kind of activity. Might not have been successful. It might have been successful from the adversary's perspective. It may not be. Phishing is an example where there's specific types of phishing messages, and you can share that through these information sharing organizations and find the right person in your organization that can ingest it, understand the context, and see if that applies to you and get ahead. But what we found is that and it's human nature, right? If you find a way that works for you, you'll keep trying it until it doesn't work anymore. And criminals are the exact same way. Nation states are the exact same way.
Thank you. Following up on that, I'd like to ask some of our industry partners if they could share their insights onto how your organizations detect and gather information about cyber incidents and how this knowledge can be leveraged for improving the cybersecurity of alerting systems.
Before I respond to that, glad to be part of this conversation here today. I think this is an important discussion. As far as the response to that question, so T-Mobile has a very robust performance and security monitoring capabilities, especially when it comes to the integrity of the communications that we have between IPOS, FEMA, and the CMSP gateway. When we think about VIA, we think about it as an extension of our network, right? It's a network function, and T-Mobile provides for the protection and security of alerts every time to make sure that it's broadcasted through our network to the target area. So anytime we reduce the risk to any of our network functions or network elements, we are also reducing the risk to RIA. So as T-Mobile and as a service provider, we want to make sure we are always providing the best customer experience. And we are enhancing our network. We are always improving it. So anything that is reducing the risk to the network, in our opinion, is the way we need to go. So.
So I'm cursed with always being curious. So, and sort of in follow-on, maybe provide, to think about maybe a specific example. And this has not necessarily been brought up in the NPRM, but certainly the term and the discipline of artificial intelligence has really come out quite a lot. And I'm wondering, in a sense, if there are thoughts about that as a means of, doing that monitoring, detecting, finding out if something is amiss, perhaps in your network or that you've seen maybe with colleagues, if there's an opinion you might want to share.
AI is emerging, and we know that, and it's both a boon and a curse in a way. So while AI is introducing additional vulnerabilities, T-Mobile and a lot of my peers within T-Mobile are working towards how we use AI to be better monitoring. There are a lot of plans in place, of course, and we will see the benefits of that coming out in the future. It is front and center in everything that we are doing when it comes to even making our systems more resilient.
I mean, I would add that on the intelligence side, we're already seeing that. We're already seeing systems that are coming out that probably aren't artificial intelligence by definition, but they are using machine learning pretty effectively to look for connections that humans, just can't process fast enough, right? And I think about some of the volume issues that we have with cyber, right? Like the attack surface is big for a lot of organizations, and the volume of adversaries is very high. And like you said, it doesn't take much to write a script and just let it run against a bunch of different networks and see what catches, because you only need to be right. They only need to be right once, and we need to be right all the time on the government side. So I think that not in the technology side, but in the information sharing side and in the understanding side, I do think, and I would suspect that when we look at especially our cloud service providers and our network host sources, that they're already doing a lot with machine learning to aggregate and identify trends in this space. My friend from MITRE won't give me a nod for that one, but I would be very surprised if the organizations that handle that kind of traffic and see that kind of volume and also have those types of machine learning capabilities to use on the protective side aren't already doing it. I think the other thing that that we're starting to see a trend of is, 10, 12 years ago, a lot of people were still doing alerting and warning through PBX systems. They would have their own telephone system. They would run their own systems. More and more, it's neither feasible nor solid risk management for a government organization to do that, because the specialty in the defensive space and the connections to our partners and the carriers and what we're doing with iPOS, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But what it does do is transfer the risk a little bit from the government side to the carrier side, to the applications developer side. And so I think that, again, is where on the gov side, what we're really looking for is, when are our systems impacted? When are we at the point where we can't use them, right? Anything that happens outside of the connection point that makes the system unusable takes it down from our side, right? And that's where I think her points are really important, is that everybody needs to be looking at these as enterprise solutions.
Thanks. I'd like to see if we could get Mike Kelly to chime in on both that question as well as on how his organization gathers incidents on cyber, or information on cyber incidents.
Absolutely. So yeah, appreciate you inviting me to this panel discussion. So first of all, thanks for that. And apologize I couldn't be in person. Unfortunately, I had some travel issues related to board reporting at the same time. But thanks again for having me. Yeah, so from our perspective, sharing insights and how we detect and gather information about threats, about cyber incidents, I kind of break it down at two different levels. At a strategic level, I belong to several different CISA groups where we share information freely about threat activity that we're seeing and incidents that we experience at our companies. And there's a couple different groups. One is a local CISO group that I'm a member of. It has many different industry verticals within town where we have maybe different threat actors that we're seeing, but there's always some kind of commonality and maybe some vulnerabilities that they're looking after or going after. So that's one way I'm kind of capturing that. And obviously, as we have these type of conversations, Chatham House rules is extremely important. There's a deep trust that's kind of built within this community because we've been together for over a decade. But more related to my industry, I also do chair a group within the NAB for the Cybersecurity Advisory, where we are sharing some information. Obviously, that's much more targeted as it relates to our vertical. A lot of value I find is unlocked here because these are things that are really relevant to our industry, and we're also seeing some similar activity. That's kind of at a higher strategic level, but at a tactical level, we leverage things that everyone else does. I'm sure, T-Mobile is also using threat feeds. We actually rely heavily upon our vendors as well. If we're using a specific vendor and they see threat activity, that they are sharing information with us so that we are aware and we can kind of put our shields up and be prepared to respond of things that we're seeing. But I think overall, to really make meaningful progress, we need really a dedicated effort to kind of build out more of the AgSacs that are related you see in the finance industry, where it's more real-time information sharing. This type of data needs to be consumable, it needs to be actionable. And while I love these strategic higher level conversations, we really need to have more data focused strategies on how to respond to these, almost like a hive mentality ultimately. But that's where I'm looking forward to is, as we talk more about incident reporting and sharing more information, I do like how Harry mentioned it. A lot of these threat actors, they're just trying to, they're repeating the same type of tactics, procedures over and over and over. And a lot of stuff is successful because others aren't aware of what's going on. And if they just knew, it would be that much easier to respond to some of these things and make it a much more cost prohibitive attack.
Thanks, Mike. So following up on that, to what extent do entities already report cyber incidents to the federal government or to other stakeholders? And what information do you see provided in those reports? Todd, if you could.
Sure, I'm happy to start off on that, although I'd be interested in what my industry colleagues on the panel say as well, since they're the ones who actually have to do the potentially duplicative reporting. Within the CIRCIA statute, actually created something called the Cyber Incident Reporting Council, or the CIRC, and that council's mission was actually to look at the landscape of federal incident reporting requirements and seek ways to sort of minimize any conflicts or duplication and harmonize the efforts. They published their findings a month or so ago, and so I would direct people to take a look at that since that's going to have specific figures. But it did identify something in the range, I think, of between 30 and 40 different existing cyber incident reporting requirements to, more than 24 federal agencies. We recognize that, and the CIRC report talks about this a lot, that there are different reasons why different regulators look for cyber incident reports. So, for example, I sort of described what CIRCIA was built around. That was so we could understand the incident, identify TTPs, those sorts of things, and share that information to prevent other attacks. Well, the FCC may have a very different interest because they want to make sure that the alert systems or the communication networks aren't going down, which are not the direct outcome of what CIRCIA does. So there is some explanation and rationale behind this widespread number of reports. But I think if you look at that CIRC report, you'll see there are definitely ways we can do better and harmonize it. So certainly acknowledge from the government side that there are a lot of requirements out there currently. But I can assure all of our friends out there that we are very closely collaborating on this, and I think it is a collective federal government effort to try to find ways to harmonize these requirements and ensure we're doing as minimal burden on the folks who have to report to us as possible.
Thanks. I'd like to open it up for everybody else if you have any ideas on harmonizing potential incident reporting requirements.
So I would like to add,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I love on this one because I'm very passionate about this, and I really like what the idea around CISO and what CICRA is really working on. I think if we're talking about from a like I mentioned before, tactical shields up perspective, any way we can reduce complexity on reporting is going to benefit us all, right? Rising tide lifts all boats here. Again, I understand the different government entities' needs and maybe different purposes for getting reports, but I do love what the idea is the CISA is doing on a central reporting for coordinating and dispatching information. I just think that it would make it much easier for us to all respond much faster to the threats that are out there. And again, any way that we can make it more complicated for the threat actors to take away those easy, repeatable attacks, the better we're all going to be.
So I would like to add, a cyber incident today that may be a reportable outage due to a network element having issues is already part of the NORS reporting, right? So it's a very reliable, long withstanding process that exists today. And in addition to NORS reporting, we also have, as part of the ISA between FEMA and T-Mobile, we already have additional incident reporting responsibilities where, in section 3.11, it clearly states if a discovering entity or an organization will have to do its own internal reporting as well as share with the connected agencies, right, or any of the connected organizations if they're getting impacted by either accessibility or confidentiality of the data, then that also has to be reported. And within 24 hours, FEMA SOC and DHS SOC also have to be informed of those. So there are existing frameworks that are present, whether it's a reportable outage from the network side causing a cyber incident or ISA requirements. So I would like to just, again, reiterate what my fellow panelists have said. I think there is a need to use or reuse some of this framework and harmonize the reporting capabilities as much as possible.
And if I may really quickly, I think it's an excellent point you're making. And Congress, recognized that in the development of the CIRCIA statute and built in an element called, or at least we refer to it as a substantially similar reporting exemption. And so there is a sort of mechanism in place where if an entity is reporting substantially similar information in a substantially similar time frame to another federal department or agency, and CISA and that agency have an agreement in place to share that information, then that can absolve the entity from having to report to CISA separately. So obviously there's a lot of work to do before we get to the point where we have those agreements in place. We're still developing the rule itself, so we can't yet do the substantially similar analysis. But it is certainly part of the DNA, recognizes this challenge, and as I mentioned, while I can't promise any specific other regulation that is currently in existence will meet the CISA requirements. The goal is there. Theoretically, we do believe, on a philosophical basis, that we don't want to have people report twice if we can report once and have the government share that information on the back end. So,
that
excellent
would be
point
really
that you make,
good.
Shubha.
Yeah.
Please.
So I was going to ask Mike, actually, if he uses the MITRE attack model in his work in creating his cybersecurity program, but more importantly in this discussion for incident reporting, if that's useful, if he's found that useful.
Yeah, I actually do. I leverage it for a threat-informed defense. The way I look at it is we try to leverage this more and more. The NIST framework's excellent. I mean, it's a great framework for using it from a policy standpoint, from a higher level conversation, how to build a security program. But we do use MITRE, especially when we look for any gaps in our controls, because that's where where they're focusing, right, the attacks, where they come from. So I do find a lot of value. From a reporting standpoint, I haven't considered it that way yet. We're usually, as we look at it, we do break it down into the controls, but I haven't considered the reporting, and that would be an interesting thing to consider, especially as we think about how this stuff can integrate into our security tools over time.
Thanks. Ken, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, we're at the tail stretch here. So, in September 2023, the Department of Homeland Security released a report with recommendations on how the federal government should harmonize cyber incident reporting for critical infrastructure entities. In that report, DHS observed that cyber incident reporting can serve several important governmental purposes, and disparate requirements can be driven by these differing but equally legitimate purposes. How might different agencies with different needs and responsibilities justify different approaches to cyber incident reporting? And Wade, I'm looking at you.
A good report. I think it's, once again, so we are a customer and live completely within the guidelines. So maybe the question isn't as applicable for us at FEMA in that we're directly, of course, part of DHS and a customer of CISA. So all of our reporting falls completely within the guidelines, and we're pretty much single-threaded. The only other pieces on the back end is when something is going on, is informing IPAWS's customers, being William and Clint, right, the alerting authorities and all the rest. And then, of course, the reporting typically with the interconnected systems is governed by the DHS Inter-Service Connection Agreement.
Any thoughts to add, or?
If you don't mind, I'd like to add one point to this, because this is something that has come up a lot in those discussions by the Cyber Incident Reporting Council and the impact of the different purposes. And I'll give sort of one simple example is in the world of ransomware. Under CERCIA, one of the things we want to do is identify what were the vulnerabilities that were used to cause that ransomware attack? What were the TTPs that were used? Does a decryption key exist? Can we get that out? Those are questions that a lot of our federal regulator colleagues might not ask because it's not necessarily pertinent to their mission, right? If their job is to get the alert system back up, they want to know about the impacts and the functionality. So there are definitely some aspects that are different. There are certainly more aspects, I think, that are similar across the regimes. But I do think if you look at the different purposes, sometimes there are specific needs that one regulator or agency might have that other regulators don't. So that's why I think, while I said philosophically we very much support the substantially similar reporting exemption, it is something we're going to have to look carefully at and work with our federal partners to ensure that we are both getting the information that we each need to accomplish our mission.
Great, thank you. Okay, so the last question we have, are there any lessons learned from compliance with the Commission's outage notification requirements that can be applied to the issue of cyber incident reporting? And I'm curious about any opinions that you may have, Shilpa, as well as Mike afterwards. Please.
I think we talked about that a little while ago. So NORS was built or put into motion because of reportable outages, right? To make sure that that information is available. When we look at the network-related outages, we can usually group them into categories, right? We know there are some different ways that you can say, okay, these are the types of outages. So I think the only observation I'll share is that maybe for cyber security incidents, maybe that's not the case. So we will definitely look forward to what CESA's, additional recommendations, et cetera, that come out next year to see how we can, get that in there. But again, I appreciate the remarks that we need to have a more coherent way and a more harmonized way of doing reporting and not adding additional burdens.
Yeah, Mike, do you have an opinion to add to that? Perchance? I guess not. Any thoughts? Yes, Mike? Maybe a connectivity problem. Oh.
So of course I would suggest the attack model as part of the reporting for cybersecurity incidents, because it allows you to bring context, bring details in terms of indicators of compromise, and the steps that the actors use to get to the end result that they tried to get to. And it's well organized, and I think it's become an industry standard. Lots of vendors are using it to describe the capabilities of their products and report the incidents that they detect. So I, of course, recommend the use of that.
Has that gone through some significant generations in terms of, continued feedback? What you have, the feedback that gets fed into that, and then produces, let's say, a different and significant change in the iteration that you've been working on before? Or is there sort of a foundation with maybe just modest changes with respect to the feedback you get?
So it is a public knowledge base. So it is constantly being updated as new information becomes available and understood across the globe. It's reported to us to be incorporated. It has, I think it's in release 8 or 9 at this point. So yes, it is constantly updated for both for the enterprise, for industrial control system, as well as mobile network, mostly handheld device type attacks. But yes, it is an open sourced tool.
Right, but I guess also, as you were just mentioning, it seems like in a sense the operational environment also influences its realization.
Yes, well, the cyber activity in the major different kinds of environments, enterprise being the traditional business systems, operational technology or industrial control systems, a very different environment. So we stood up a different model for that environment, and mobile devices as being a third. But the enterprise is the oldest and most deepest, I would say, set of knowledge today.
Great. Okay, I think we've made FCC history, and we're a few minutes early. So unless there are some other thoughts that you'd want to share that we've not brought up, we probably would say goodbye to the panel 3. Any thoughts?
I just
Yes, go ahead,
Just one thing I'd like to add too is, as all these things adapt, you spoke to kind of speed, right, in reporting, and speed in acknowledgement is always critical. But there's the balance with making sure we're accurate, right, and making sure we kind of got at least a 50% knowledge of what's going on before we start talking about it. And I think you always have to consider there's resource implications too, right? You're prioritizing. You've got people to do most of your job, and you're prioritizing what they're doing, and then when something's going on, you're reprioritizing. So there's that piece too, is like there is no free lunch. So it would ultimately be great to have somebody doing nothing but watching our stuff. But that's a resource restriction that we don't necessarily have. So I think we're all in this together, and I forget the word the gentleman from Google used this morning about a shared impact, right? But we also have a whole bunch of jobs to do. So the resource considerations looking forward, this is a critical thing, securing all these systems. And hopefully we can continue to prioritize that to make it be better and more safety for the public.
Great. Thank you, Wade. And thanks, everyone, for providing their thoughts, opinions. It's very helpful. We deeply appreciate it. Thanks again.
Thank you, panel 3. Great discussion. We're now going to take a short break, 10 minutes. If everyone could please be back by 2:25. Thank you. Great, thank you. Now for our 4th and final panel. The discussion will be on cost burden analysis. Our moderators are George Donato, Associate Division Chief, and John Blumenschein, Attorney Advisor, both of the Cybersecurity and Communications Reliability Division of Public Safety Homeland Security Bureau here at the FCC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today's panel is about the cost burden of implementing the Commission's proposals for EAS and WIA participants of various sizes. And what we want to do is we would like to develop a clearer understanding of the burdens associated with those activities and how those burdens might be mitigated or otherwise offset through cost-saving measures. With us today include panelists Edward Czarnecki, Vice President, Global and Government Affairs at Digital Alert Systems, Curtis Dukes, Executive Vice President and General Manager, Center for Internet Security, Robert J. Folliard III, Senior Vice President, Government Relations and Distribution at Gray Television, Dana Golub, Vice President, Technology Business Operations at the Public Broadcasting Service, Lauren Bose Hayes, Senior Advisor at Cybersecurity Division at CISA, Francisco Sanchez, Associate Administrator, Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience at the Small Business Administration, and Angela Simpson, General Counsel and Senior Vice President, Legal and Regulatory Affairs, Competitive Carriers Association. So the first question we're going to direct to Mr. Curtis Dukes and Edward Czarnecki, and it has to do with implementing a cybersecurity risk management framework. We anticipate that implementing a cybersecurity risk management framework would be dependent on the size and complexity of the entity involved and its business and network facilities. Having said that, there is a generalized rule of thumb, or having said that, is there a generalized rule of thumb or sliding scale in terms of the resources, including time and expertise, that an organization might expect to expend in implementing such measures?
Okay, to figure out the button. So is there a rule of thumb or sliding scale? In my opinion, no. Your turn. No. Let me start with some statistics just to give a magnitude of order to the challenge. Speaking from the broadcast side of the business, there are over 30,000 EAS participants, broadcasters who are required to be participants in the emergency alert system across the nation, of which, well, about 2,000 are low-power FM stations, just for example. Across these 30,000 stations, they are receiving, processing, forwarding. I believe Chairman Rosenworcel said around 900 IPAWS messages, IP-based messages. That's a very small fraction of the story. If you include the weather service and conventional over-the-air EAS relay, because not everything flows through IPAWS, it goes over conventional EAS locally. So I would estimate several 100,000 messages per year being received by EAS devices across the nation. In the state of Texas alone, and I'll pick on Francisco State, over 30,000 broadcast EAS messages are received. Again, many of these through no weather radio, so you're not hearing them over every commercial station or public station, but over 30,000 messages in 2022. So the challenge is quite a bit more significant because of the disparity of size of the operators. I'll note that there have been some tremendous comments provided by larger broadcast groups, and we're going to hear from another one on this panel, Panel 4. However, notably absent is anyone representing the low-power radio or the low-power television industry. And at the risk of offending anyone, I'll note from our own customer service statistics, the vast majority of incidents that have been reported to us as a manufacturer have come from the LP community, not from major broadcasters. That's the challenge. Now, to get to your question why I say no in terms of rule of thumb for costs, on On the one hand, the complexity of larger broadcasters, larger cable operators, inevitably results in larger costs. For example, and I'll wait for him to call me in a moment after I give out the number, but one major cable operator, in responding to the last NPT, not this year's, but prior year's one, where they did not receive that NPT message over the air, expended something in their estimate of over $1 million to run down and report on that incident. It's not a cyber incident. It's just there was no usable audio coming in one local market. They did the test reporting, the rundown, and that was about $1 million in costs from one relatively innocuous incident. You can imagine what a cyber breach would run up in terms of cost for an organization like that. Conversely, if you look at the smallest of our brethren, the local low power stations, some of which quite literally only have one employee, and the rest of their business, their technical operations, are run by a contract engineer. The even modest requirements are disproportionately burdensome on that type of operation, where they wouldn't even know where to go, never mind how to understand the CISA basic framework. They wouldn't know where to go to report a cyber incident because they're not told. A lot of these low-power broadcasters are, quite frankly, out of the loop. They don't hear about FCC rule updates. They don't hear about software equipment, software updates or patches, and we won't even get to the wonderful comments we get when they find out there is occasionally an update that actually costs money. So that's kind of the scale of the challenge, and that's why I say there's not a sliding scale. If there is one, it's actually exponential on both sides of the equation. One side can't afford the burden because they're so under-resourced, and the other side has the resources, but just because of the nature of the organization, their compliance costs, their reporting costs could be relatively extreme.
Great. So first, I want to applaud the FCC for actually hosting a public roundtable on alerting, emergency alerting system, but more in general, just around cybersecurity. So I really appreciate you doing that. I agree with Edward. There's really no rule of thumb for that. I do believe, though, that there's a size does matter. What I mean by that is, say, if you're a Fortune 100, Fortune 1000 company, you typically have more resources already devoted to cybersecurity and to risk management functions. If you're small and medium enterprise, you normally don't. And if you do, it's a very small number, and they're actually doing other things associated with that. There's one standard that I think every organization has to be held to, which is, the cost of the safeguard or the security control cannot exceed the potential loss in that. So that's generally a rule. If there's been a cyber breach, that a judge or a jury will kind of adjudicate that based off of. The other key point here is what we're seeing within a number of states that have actually passed legislation is what we call this, what's commonly referred to as a standard of reasonableness. And it's what states are doing now. There's 6 states that have done that from a cybersecurity perspective, and there's at least a dozen or more that do it from a privacy perspective. And what they're doing is incentivizing cybersecurity best practices. And they've listed a number of cybersecurity frameworks that they actually are referencing within that. But really, the true test is going to be about, should that organization suffer a cyber incident, did they exhibit a standard of reasonableness? And so this is really where I think when it comes to risk management, you have to actually try to adjudicate that. And so, did they actually choose a framework, whether it's NIST CSF or 800-171 or ISO 27001 or even the Center for Internet Security Critical Security Controls? But have you actually implemented a framework, and how do you actually measure yourself against that framework? So this kind of goes back to the resource issue again. A judge and a jury are going to try to adjudicate that, when you implemented it, you may have still suffered a breach, but at least you did everything possible within within the resource picture that you had available to you. So it goes back to this key point about, the potential cost of the safeguard cannot exceed the actual loss in that regard. So the second piece of this is and you're seeing this play out within the federal government, within the Defense Department with CMMC, the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, right? And so 300,000 plus DIB entities, and you want every one of them to be assessed by a independent third party. I think there's going to just the sheer volume is not going to allow you to be able to do that, and so you're going to have to be able to do a self-assessment, self-attestation against that framework, and then you can actually the entity that's overseeing that can actually review those results and then make a decision whether or not they need to actually do more in that regard. So, but the rule is there's no rule per se, but I do believe there's that caveat around the cost can't exceed the actual loss of the information for that. And again, what's emerging is this standard of reasonableness.
Thank you both for those fulsome responses. My next question is for Ms. Lauren Bose-Hayes. What are the practical, financial, and time commitments that EAS and WIA participants might expect when implementing CISA's baseline cyber performance goals? And what key considerations should they bear in mind during the implementation?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question and for having me here today. So for CISA's cyber performance goals, or CPGs as we call them, those are really meant to be a baseline standard. And so one of the things that we generally recommend is to assess where you are against that baseline and then improve over time. So really that answer would be dependent on each organization's existing security posture and then what that roadmap towards incremental improvement over time is. And so I don't think there's any one direct answer to how much it would cost to implement the CPGs, because the reality is that every organization that's sort of a mature operational entity has already made investments of different kinds in technology and security. So the question is really, how do you modify from your existing posture towards these sort of baseline goals and expectations? But that said, I wanted to build off one of the comments that Mr. Zarnecki made earlier in regards to the cost of an incident and sort of thinking about how to weigh the cost of implementation of security controls vice the cost of a cyber incident. So a few years ago, CISA put out a study that was both some of our own analysis as well as a review of existing literature on the cost of cyber incidents in the nation, and found that the median cost for a cyber incident ranged from around $60,000 up to over $1 million, somewhere between $1 and $2 million. And that was the median cost. And what the study found was that referencing the average cost is actually really inadvisable, because the average cost is actually so much higher because the rightmost outliers of how expensive a breach can become are so high that it actually brings the average cost up so tremendously, because the cost can go up into the tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And so while, of course, that's not the reality for most organizations experiencing a breach, it is that range that's really important for organizations to understand how much of an impact that could have on their organization and where they're likely to fall based on size of the operation, et cetera. And so as far as when we think about some of the controls and how to sort of approach implementation of the CPGs in that phased manner, I know that CISA is working on sector-specific CPGs as well, which are expected to really add unique CPGs on top of that baseline that might be specific to a given sector, or to add specific implementation guidance that might be most relevant to a given sector that augment and make the CPGs more accessible. And finally, I know that CISA this year, when we re-released the CPGs, included a number of different modifications to the CPGs. One was to bring some of the multi-factor authentication guidance into alignment with some of our most recent guidance in regards to phishing-resistant MFA, but also to speak to better alignment with the NIST CSF and other frameworks to make sure that it's really clear how these work together, such that organizations are not having to balance many different frameworks as they think through implementation of baseline cybersecurity goals.
So the next question I'm going to direct to Mr. Dukes, Mr. Sarnecki, Mr. Folliard, Ms. Golub, and Ms. Simpson. And what are the real-world financial and time-related costs linked to the implementation of CISA's recommended security practices? We can start with Mr. Dukes. And
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and so I can't tie it to CISA's cyber performance goals, but what we've done at the Center for Internet Security is actually published in the last few months and cost of cyber defense. And again, we, of course, modeled it off the CIS Critical Security Control, specifically Implementation Group 1. For us, everything starts with Implementation Group 1. There's a set of 56 safeguards or controls or things that we want every organization to do, independent of sector. This is baseline, for that. And so what we found is the actual cost is quite reasonable when you put it into terms of that. And so we try to model on 3 tiers of organizations. It could be a small enterprise, it could be a medium or a large, and we actually, within that, we have a table based off of that, that the size of organization, what their gross revenue is, and what, amount of money that we expect them to put forward from an IT perspective as well as from a cybersecurity perspective for that. And so, based on that, it actually has mapped out fairly well. The other piece of this that we're currently working on is really around on-prem costs versus costs if you actually have moved your infrastructure to the cloud. And then, of course, if you actually have a service level agreement with a managed service provider, what should those costs be within that organization? But again, it's tied to a minimum baseline set of actions that we want every organization to take independent of that. And what's got our thinking along this line is if you look at ransomware, and it's been a good year if you're a ransomware gang. They've had a buster of a year when it comes to 2023, but they've attacked small enterprises, medium enterprises, large enterprises. So, for example, the two gambling institutions in the state of Nevada, Caesars and MGM. MGM just published their initial cost because they did not pay the ransom, and I'm not advocating that you pay the ransom, but they did not pay for that ransom. Their initial cost is over $100 million. $10 million just for the cybersecurity cleanup. $90 million was in lost business opportunity from that because, again, their hotel reservation system went down as part of that. And so this is an example. These are exemplars that we feed back into this cost of cyber defense for organizations within that in that regard. And so, at least from a Center for Internet Security perspective, we can at least give you ballpark costs per size organization, for that, as well as if you've moved to the cloud or using a managed service provider or actually managing it yourself.
Mr. Sarnecki?
A couple of thoughts, and I can't directly answer your question in terms of real-world costs, but let's talk about more global costs. You mentioned the cost to the enterprise could be run into the millions. As a manufacturer, I can attest that yes, the costs can run extremely high. both direct, indirect, when you have to respond to a software vulnerability. We can have a whole different manufacturer discussion. But I also want to circle back now to the low-power broadcasters. If it sounded like I was attacking them or throwing them under the bus, no. Actually, what I'm saying is that this is a sector, a sizable sector of the community you regulate, that needs additional help. When we talk about cybersecurity frameworks, performance goals, some of these broadcasters are going to have no idea. They're going to look at the CISA webpage and have no idea what you're talking about or what the government's talking about. These are, literally one-man, two-person operations. If you remember this close show from the 70s, but WKRP in Cincinnati is still a very good proxy for a lot of stations out there. And you just imagine Dr. Johnny Fever reading the NIST cybersecurity guidance. It's, just the real world challenges are there. And whether it comes from industry associations or preferably the FEMA and CISA, there needs to be plain speak guidance to very small EAS participants, not just broadcast, but also cable. We have very small MSO operators, very small cable operators as customers, with literally a dozen to 100 customers. They fly below the radar. They don't hear what the government's saying, not out of malice. They're just out in the hinterlands, and they don't have the resources to understand what this guidance is intended to be. Even if it is, in the end, not that cost burdensome, they're out of the loop. So that would be my plea for help on their behalf.
Mr. Folliard?
Yeah, thank you. And I think Ed's right on this. And we've heard this from a bunch of folks that the size of the company matters. From Gray Television's perspective, we're a publicly traded company. We have SEC reporting obligations. We have, a chief information security officer that's in charge of all of this. We've already taken all these steps. It's already been done. Lauren mentioned that the CISA's, best practices, they see them sort of as a baseline. It's not just like you check the box and say, hey, we're done. No, it's a constant work, and we're already doing that. As a publicly traded company, we've seen what's happened to other broadcasters. In the last 2 years, you had 2 very large broadcasters get hit with ransomware, and one of them couldn't run ads for several weeks. So in terms of cost, half of our revenue is advertising, and that would go to zero for several weeks if we were hit with a ransom attack until we're able to, get ourselves out of it. So we take it incredibly seriously, and we already have the infrastructure to do so and to handle that. So the incremental cost to a company like Gray, we're already doing it. So it's zero. But to Ed's point, once you get out of the larger broadcasters, and I see this in companies that we've acquired, whether it's a company that has multiple TV stations or a mom and pop low power television operation, it's a completely different situation, and you're going to see significant costs on them. They're going to have to hire consultants. They're going to have lawyers, a lot of fees that they just, there's a reason why a lot of these smaller broadcasters, smaller operators are selling, because they can't afford to essentially do what's needed in order to stay secure, to do what. So it is a significant cost, but the cost of not doing it is not being able to run ads for several weeks, and that's always worse.
Ms. Golo?
Thank you. Robert, you teed me up perfectly, actually, right? Don't know if you guys planned that, but public broadcasting as a system is basically a member services organization of independently owned and operated nonprofits that each, in some cases, have a single television transmitter, and in others may be a state network of TV and radio, hosting 20 different transmitters. And as such, we kind of encompass each one of those possible scenarios inside of our system, right? That we don't air ads, right? We don't have the same metrics to look at when you're looking, as Curtis put forward, in terms of, if you assess the risk as your baseline for what you're willing to invest. But we are in the business of public service, right? That we have, FCC has always recognized for us the unique partnership that we put forward in that we really do use our airwaves for the public good. And so looking at it through the lens, kind of specifically for the purpose of the cybersecurity of our alerts, right? We have, you kind of break it out a couple of different ways, right? There's the cost of the infrastructure. So where you have to pay to make updates, where you have to pay the operational expense of implementing updates, and then where you have to support it long term. Obviously, you would be crazy as a broadcaster if you were not attending to cybersecurity, given obviously not just, public broadcasting is not immune and it's publicly available information from having been attacked with ransomware. And so there is certainly an element of it that is happening whether or not there are rules set forth for it. But when you look at even, going through the recommendations, the obligation to report back, we have an adage which I love and hate, right? Because we have to live with it, which is if you've seen one public television station, you've seen one public television station, right? They are so uniquely different. And when we even look at how we operate our PBS Warn system, which provides a backup to the nationwide wireless emergency alert system, we convened our stakeholders and said, how do you want the monitoring to operate? And we got everything from, I want my entire system air-gapped so that there is no potential connectivity to the equipment beyond the broadcast, right? And the other is I wanted to email every time, the light goes red. So we had to really carefully navigate and find supported configurations so that this station could have what they wanted and this station could have what they wanted, and that we felt it was secure. So even if you look at the reporting obligation for the one that's emailing, sure, just add something to say if this came through, send an email to the FCC, but the one that's air-gapped out of any sort of connectivity would have to have a manual person reading, every 24 hours to see if something had come through and then send an email separate from, which would be a material expense when you're, running an unmanned operation. So complex answer, I guess. Look at the cost of both the operational expense and the infrastructure expense, and remember that as public servants and without the desire or ability to air ads, we run very thin from a operations perspective, and so special consideration for that would be appreciated.
Ms. Simpson?
Great, thank you. Thanks for having CCA. Want to echo some of what the other panels were saying. So CCA is a trade association for competitive wireless carriers. So this is the WIA side of things generally, but also there's a big variety of our members. T-Mobile is a member, which we heard in the last panel, very knowledgeable, very sophisticated and capable with in-house resources and the things that you would expect that they would have. Then we go from that to some regional carriers, to some very small carriers, very rural carriers. And so they face some of these challenges that the other panelists have been talking about in terms of different people coming from different places and being in different situations and needing flexibility for that. Wanted to emphasize something that Ed said, and the word is disproportionate when you talk about costs. And so I think that that's something that to be thinking about here too in the context of WIA cyber requirements. So when you think about it, I might be the first person that says today or reminds people today, WIA is a voluntary program. It's not a mandatory program like EAS is necessarily, and so when you think about that, there is a straw that will break the proverbial camel's back at some point in time. I'm not saying what that is or that's coming, but if you take a little bit of a step back and think about it from a higher level, like you kind of see, there's a lot going on in WIA land right now. Like there was an order just a couple weeks ago about more languages that people are going to work on, and then there's cyber reporting, and then there's performance reporting and all these different requirements. So to avoid that last straw, basically the point is maybe there should be regulatory incentives to participate in WIA instead of disincentives for them maybe to not. Although CCA members definitely support cybersecurity, they definitely support WIA, they want to be offering it to their customers and to all the millions of people that are roaming through some of their more rural areas and things like that. So I just wanted to say that, and then also to amplify the disproportionate issue. A lot of CCA members are very small, very rural, getting support to provide connectivity in places that there maybe isn't a good business case to do so otherwise. And so when you're talking about different requirements, different baselines and things like that, and the ability to do it, it is a much heavier burden sometimes and a much more disproportionate burden sometimes on some carriers to do that. So I'd flag that. And then also just kind of an incentive for folks to avoid real world costs to the extent possible by not having duplication in requirements on cybersecurity. And so we've had a lot of discussions about that today, but not wanting to replicate things and not wanting to have to report things to multiple different people, especially when you have small companies and small carriers who the same people that are trying to fix the issue are the same ones that are trying to report it to various different people. So taking kind of those considerations in mind, trying to have a cybersecurity policy that can cover different scenarios, and we've talked about that too today, but for instance, not wanting to have one for WIA and then have one for instance, Section 214, where it's getting teed up, and then one for ACAM, and then one for 5G fund, and all these different things to try to consolidate and make it as efficient as possible in terms of having the policies and programs and developing them and the cost that that takes, and then also updating them and reporting on them and things like that. So I think that those are kind of some real world aspects of things that I would just emphasize and reiterate to folks.
And not only that, just not only FCC, but other agencies. I mean, we've got SEC reporting obligations as well that cover a lot of what's being discussed here also. So I think the whole of government approach to avoid duplication, which was mentioned before, that, you know, for a large company that's already doing it, that's where you really start to ramp up the cost when you have to report 5 times to 5 different folks. And then if you're talking about the small guys, then the disproportionate is the exact right word. It becomes way disproportionate, times 5 if there are multiple agencies you have to report to.
And one quick addition to that, we're just talking about federal reporting, whether it's CISA or FCC or multiple agencies. We haven't even talked about state reporting requirements. Some states do have reporting requirements too. So the burden, large and small, could get extreme.
Thank you. Those are all valid points and great responses. We've heard from a variety of different organizations today. We've heard from industry. We've heard from public sector. My next question is actually for Mr. Sanchez. Given your expertise in supporting small businesses, what do you think are the biggest cyber threats faced by small businesses? And actually, I have a follow-up question to that. How can they benefit from cybersecurity planning?
Well, thank you for the question, and thanks for having this during Cybersecurity Month. And with my assessment just on Halloween, I'll try not to scare people too much with what I think the emerging threats are, especially when it comes to alerts and warnings. I will say, post-COVID, I think we're in a much better place than we were before that, just the investment in security. So for small businesses, though the risk is real, in the past 2 years, we've seen about 150% increase in attacks on small businesses because they don't have, in many cases, the infrastructure and the security apparatus to be able to tackle those. And if you look at businesses that typically have 50 employees or less than 10% of those have made any real investments. But that does make them a bit of a more target. I know we talk in generally on sort of what some of these scenarios are in terms of paying ransom, but I think it's always a bad day. But it can get even worse. The new trend is to charge you for ransom. That data's been sold, and I have to pay it again, or it's going to be released out in the public. And so, you know, I think the question is, do you invest in that up front, or you invest in the end and afterwards? It's much more consequential.
I will say that this is unique when it comes to alerts and warnings, because it's not necessarily restricted to or confined within what a business of any size, small, might cost them, right? It isn't just about the operations for that. It isn't just about their customers. It isn't just about their vendors. This has a significant amount of public safety implications, and as we're seeing, that comes with a new level of dire consequences when something does go wrong. We've seen an incredible amount of disinformation and misinformation being specifically created during times of crisis and natural disasters, right? And now we're seeing nation states become involved in that. Right, and specifically in Maui, trying to cause distrust, particularly in Ohio derailment, where people wanted to create distrust and create some panic in those. And so the costs are not strictly limited to a business. When you're getting into the space, when you're in public safety, there are some real implications there that I think we need to build into it. I don't know that you can put a dollar amount on those, but we've invested a significant amount. I don't even know the price tag, but just in the creation, deployment, and maintenance of things like WIA, EAS, and all those other things, just at the federal level plus else, that's a significant amount of cost there. And so protecting that is absolutely essential. The other element of that is, I think the last test, I don't know if anyone at FEMA or FCC can correct me, I think at the last national test, I think up to that point, about 84,000 unique wireless emergency alert texts. Impressive number, just, what happens in EAS, which is a lot more than that. But we've got to be able to sort of ensure that you start degrading the trust in that. Not only is that consequential for the business, because look, we've seen in WIA and in EAS human-caused errors. Right, and these are particularly of interest to the public, and you start seeing the names of the vendors and the providers that are involved with that, even whether it's human error. Imagine the consequences of what that means when you start making them public. What went into something that was particularly, there may have been a cyber attack. So those are particularly challenging, and I think there is a cost to small business that may be higher or disproportionate, but the implications of that for the folks that those alerts and warnings affect should be, you should have the same standard of service no matter where you are. We talked about that in rural, so as being someone that's from Texas, been advocating for what we can do to increase broadband across rural parts of the country, not only for the business aspect of that, but the security infrastructure for that. Now, representing Small Business Administration, make a little plug, shamelessly, that, if you're looking at ways to mitigate, you've got the frameworks, right? You've got the baselines. Those are the baselines, a lot of stuff you have to do on the industry specific. But small businesses that are certified to do business with the government have already meeting a robust set of standards, and there's certainly a cost effectiveness for small organizations to partner up with small businesses with less overhead. You've also got the skill set that may be able to be specialized by industry that a small shop might be able to bring to a small business, and that general commitment at the small business level to small business level that can have those long-term relationships. Nothing against sort of the bigger consultants or providers, but you often get sort of the template approach where in that small business scale you might be able to find a better match on your cost and in a partnership that might take it a long way.
Thank you very much. So with the last few minutes that we have, I'd just like to ask one question with a follow-up, and I'm going to direct them to Mr. Follier, Ms. Golub, and Ms. Simpson. Is it necessary for small businesses to hire a dedicated cybersecurity expert or contractor to engage in successful cyber risk planning? And as a follow-up, how else might this be addressed with in-house and widely available resources?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak from the perspective of seeing the companies that we've acquired and the stations we've acquired. And the smaller ones don't have the expertise in-house. So to the extent there are requirements, regulatory requirements by the FCC that, certifying under penalty of perjury, your license is tied to it, then you'd be crazy not to hire outside consultants to be able to certify that, yes, here's what everything I'm doing. You'd be crazy to not hire lawyers and outside consultants, given that the stakes and that the Enforcement Bureau of the FCC would certainly be looking over the shoulder of any report that's filed. Because from what I've seen from other smaller broadcasters, maybe they've got an engineer in-house, but he's wearing many hats and is not going to have the expertise to be able to file the type of reporting that I think you all would expect.
I can back that up. If were that a requirement, or if the burdens of the implementation be that extreme, it would be impossible for the public broadcaster to meet something like that. As it currently stands, I do not believe that there's a single individual public television station. Maybe that might be extreme. The vast majority are not assigning a full-time resource to a CISO position. It's just not in the budget. I think that what we do to mitigate it, right, as a system is, the national org does have dedicated resources. We convene a tremendous amount of best practices, webinars, materials that are always available. We also are relatively surprisingly generous with information relative to things you don't always want to share when you've had a cyber incident, because it's embarrassing whatever you've done, you could have done, because it's frequently low-hanging fruit. But our system is really generous with each other to share out, hey, this happened to us. And I have heard wonderful stories from other public television general managers saying, hey, we got this email that was one of those scams with, a donor double paid, pay them back kind of thing. That was a scam, and they knew of it because somebody else had shared out to the system, hey, this happened to us, and we fell for it. So there are some relatively simple best practices, that we are able to engage as a system, but the idea of a full-time resource at each individual station is just far-fetched. It couldn't happen.
Yeah, I would just echo some of that. I mean, I think to the question of the NPRM asking if people can just hire somebody in-house, I don't think that reflects reality of many of our carrier members. They do use consultants, they do use outside lawyers, they do use vendors. So to that extent, those resources are there. To the extent that will meet the need remains to be seen, but there's that. They do have, there's a broad range of who has people in-house, but I will just reiterate, those people are doing other things too, and they are multitasking and wearing a lot of different hats, so I don't think that they would really be considered a full-time kind of FTE in terms of cyber. But also, would also just echo what Dana was saying in terms of different resources. NTIA was on a couple panels ago talking about their C-script. I think a lot of our members have found that very useful when they're kind of aggregating information of all the things that are going on in the federal government and pushing out information that might be useful to people. I think that they like that. I like the stuff that CISA has been saying about kind of flexing and ranging capabilities and meeting people where they are, both literally and figuratively, and trying to help build capacity. And that kind of capacity building stuff is helpful. And we also have forums and groups within our membership where the technology folks talk to each other, share best practices, share pain points. And to that extent, it can be helpful. And we try to push out information that we hear from folks in DC too, that might be helpful to them, or things coming down the pipe and whatnot, so they can adjust and prepare and things like that. But thinking that people can just hire a full-time dedicated person to deal with these things, I don't think that reflects the reality for a lot of companies out there.
Thank you for your response, and I apologize, but we ran over a little bit. This was a fascinating discussion, and I just want to thank you all for your thoughtful and informative responses. We appreciate you taking part in this roundtable discussion, and thank you.
Everyone would please just remain seated for the keynote. We're almost done. It'll just be better if everyone just stays. Thank you. That was a great discussion on the various economic impacts on stakeholders. Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Billy Bob Brown, the Executive Assistant Director for Emergency Communications at CISA, After Billy Bob speaks to us, we will hear some final comments and closing from Deb Jordan. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was like major league encouragement to be quick.
Not at all.
So I will be quick. Thank you to the FCC. CISA appreciates the opportunity to partner with you in this tremendous conversation. As I've been sitting here listening to experts have a dialogue, I just am reminded of being in this room again. I just love this room, and I love the aura that's presented here because it really is about bringing everyone to the table to partner, to work together, to try to figure out a solution of how we can move forward. So we've had a great conversation today in the 4 different panels: need for cybersecurity improvements in alerting, cybersecurity risk management, safeguards and secure alerting, cyber incident reporting, safeguards, and then cost challenges. One of the things that I was just thinking about is, are we inadvertently missing some of the changed conversation that we should be having across the nation? I certainly know, as I've been talking to people across the nation about my 80-year-old mother, my 90-year-old mother-in-law, they very aptly use banking online. They pull their phone out, their mobile device, they'll get on there, check. Now my mother, she checks her bank account like once an hour because she's worried that somebody is stealing from her. I don't know exactly why she does that, but she's learned to do that. And so we have people even at that generation that understand the complexity of the technology. They have been able to reskill or upskill or change their understanding of how to do the things that are important to them. I think a little bit about, like that truck driver, who'd been driving a Freightliner truck for years and then had to upgrade to a new cab, and then that new cab had electronic locks. And the electronic lock system, when the cab came to a rest and stopped and turned off, the doors automatically unlocked. As he gets out to go into to the rest station to go and get some food to eat or whatever, he recognizes, in order for my cab to be secure, I've got to boop boop, press the locks. As I get out of the vehicle, I need to press the electronic lock in order to secure the cab, secure my investment. So he was able to reskill just like my mother and my mother-in-law were able to reskill. I'm not so sure that Americans are not more resilient than sometimes we give credit, that they can actually reskill, upskill to secure their investment, to ensure that they're taking steps that are appropriate to ensure that their alerting systems, that their networks are capable of providing the greatest amount of security possible. But just as been demonstrated here by the FCC, it really does take all of us actually working together. It takes all of us, government, private sector, nonprofit, working together, recognizing that cybersecurity takes all of us at our level. There may be some more appropriate steps, and I really loved kind of some of the conversations from NTIA that was here a little earlier, FEMA's conversation about how across the interagency we are working more and more together. And Todd Classman really kind of hit that nail on the head to talk about CERCIA and trying to harmonize, as we're thinking about incident reporting. How do we do that? We should be working together in government more closely to ease the burden on some of that incident reporting, because the ultimate goal is to try to reduce that threat surface area. And Mike Kelly was on a little earlier, one of the panel members, and he talked about the need to take away from threat actors that space that they're using to intentionally do harm. That is how we achieve security. That is how we achieve safety across the nation, by thinking that we should work together, to include what my colleague Eric mentioned today, that it is even corporate board responsibility, the idea of secure by design, secure by default, taking the burden off of the end user consumer to improve their cybersecurity posture for those capabilities that they have. I do want to say again, thank you to the FCC, both FEMA, the FCC, and CISA. We will be partnering again this year. In February, we'll be hosting a webinar. We'll be talking a little bit about iPause and message design dashboard and alerting on behalf program. Please join that webinar if you're able. We'll be meeting again and sponsoring a co-hosted conversation with state alerting officials sometime in April, getting all 50 states, all 5 territories, and the district together to see how we continue to move forward in improving cybersecurity and improving how we're working together to seamlessly share information to improve our alerting capabilities. With that, thank you all again for the opportunity. Again, thank you to our host, the FCC, for bringing this forum together, and thank you all for your openness to wanting to work together. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Billy Bob. I could not have summarized things better myself. Thank you to Panel 4. Thank you to all the panel members who participated today. This was truly an informative listening session for us, and we intend to learn from it. One of our early panel members talked about a shared fate model, and I think that as we look across the ecosystem, which involves government at every level, private sector, providers, alert originators, broadcasters, et cetera, we all share in that responsibility to provide secure, resilient, reliable alerting systems for the American public. And so I'm grateful for all of the information shared. We might not see eye to eye on everything, but I think we all agree that we need our alerting system to be secure, to be resilient, and to be reliable. So to that end, we're going to take in everything that's been shared today. There'll be some folks that will pour through the videos, I'm sure, and we're going to learn from it and hopefully be smarter going forward and continue to be collaborative. So thank you again. For those who are here, safe travels. For those who have been virtual, thank you for being online with us. We'll talk to you again. Thank you.